Chapter 672. The two women traveled together and had companions along the way. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way, chattering nonstop. However, in many cases, Yu-Er was just a quiet listener. Occasionally, she would purse her lips and smile like 100 flowers blooming. Ahem! Shangguan Feixiong's cough successfully attracted the two's attention. Yu-Er, when we reach the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and see Ziqin, you must ask him about the ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield. Shangguan Feixiong whispered. Why do you want to ask about the ancient beasts? Yu-Er looked at him confusedly. Her eyes were pure and bright. Shangguan Feixiong felt awkward being stared at by such pure eyes. He coughed and said, Ziqin almost died in the ancient battlefield because of the ancient beasts. You haven't seen him for a long time. Shouldn't you care about him? Shangguan Yu-Er nodded seriously. Shangguan Bingshi covered her mouth and giggled. Sister, don't listen to my father's nonsense. He didn't want you to care about Ziqin. He just wants to ask for some ancient beasts from Ziqin. Shangguan Bingshi exposed her father's lie. Ahem, little girl, don't talk nonsense. Shangguan Feixiong was embarrassed after his lie was exposed. I'm not talking nonsense. You're so generous to bring us there just to get some ancient beasts from Ziqin. Shangguan Bingshi giggled. She didn't care about Shangguan Feixiong's ugly face after her lie was exposed. Does Ziqin have a lot of ancient beasts items? Shangguan Yu-Er asked. How should I say this? Shangguan Bingshi was startled. She wondered how much Ziqin had gained in the ancient battlefield. They had already given all their loot from the outer regions to the inner regions to the Longhu for it to hatch. Before that, no one had gained anything. However, when the Longhu was born, it immediately killed a few ancient beasts that were at the level of ancient artifacts. Moreover, after taking the treasures, the monk tricked Longhu, who didn't know the ways of the world. In order to repay his kindness, Longhu purposely took a detour and killed 2 more ancient beasts. The number of king beasts he killed was also several times more than the ancient beasts he killed. As for the descendants of ancient beasts, such as the demonic leopard cub and the demonic wolf cub, there are even more of them. In the end, ordinary ancient beasts like the gray rat cub and the black rat cub no longer caught their attention. Shangguan Feixiong listened attentively. He had asked Shangguan Bingshi many times how many ancient beasts Ziqin had killed in the ancient battlefield. But this stinky girl had never told him the truth. Her character was like her mother, always helping outsiders, just like how her mother had lied to his father-in-law for him. There should be a lot. After thinking for a while, Shangguan Bingshi couldn't give an accurate number. A lot. How many are there? 10 or 20? Shangguan Feixiong wanted to know more. You can ask Ziqin when we get there, Shangguan Bingshi smiled. Shangguan Bing laughed happily. Then, ignoring his father, he pulled Yu-Er and flew forward. The two of them whispered something to each other, and soon there was a crisp laughter. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Looking at the back of the two, Shangguan Feixiong sighed. Ziqin is a steady and powerful brat. He is also very talented. Unfortunately, reaching the core formation realm is a big problem, and his life is in danger. If he can survive this, then he will naturally become a dragon among men, the best choice. However, it will be very difficult. As for that Tian guy, I think he is only a bit weaker than Ziqin. When they returned from the ancient battlefield, Shangguan Feixiong had asked about what had happened there, and Shangguan Bingshi had told him about the chase. In her answers, Shangguan Bingshi kept talking about how Tian was not afraid of death and how he had risked his life to save her. In the end, it seemed that saving her had nothing to do with Ziqin, and it was all because of Tian. She even praised him as if he was the reincarnation of a god, and even said that his battle power was stronger than Ziqin. She even said that it was because he was quiet all the time, and that was why Ziqin was the boss. Shangguan Feixiong only smiled. Because of the conflict in his heart, he didn't remember the other's name, only the word Tian. Along the way, Shangguan Feixiong was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked like he was out enjoying the scenery. This made Shangguan Bingxi and Shangguan Yu very anxious. The two kept urging the group to hurry up. A few days later, they met some familiar people along the way. They were from the other overlord forces. Brother Feixiong. Seeing Shangguan Feixiong, the group went up to greet him. There were more than 20 people from the 4 overlord forces. On average, there were 5 people from each force. The leaders were the 4 late-stage primordial core realm experts who went to exchange for the ancient beast blood essence. Greetings, Senior Shangguan. The younger generation went up to greet him. Seeing the 4 young and beautiful girls, Shangguan Feixiong smiled. He looked at the 4 primordial core realm experts and said, "Why? You guys still haven't given up." He still remembered that Wang Xian was jealous when the 4 of them appeared last time. Brother Feixiong, don't think too much. They heard about the establishment of the Heavenly Man Pavilion and came here out of curiosity. The 4 primordial core realm experts smiled. One of them looked at Shangguan Yu and said, "You must be Yu. You really have a fairy-like appearance. No wonder Zichen fell in love with you." Shangguan Yu blushed and came over to greet the seniors. Shangguan Bingxi also came over, but after greeting her, she pulled Shangguan Yu aside and said cautiously, "Be careful. They are all your love rivals." Love rivals. That's right. Zichen is really a delicious bun now. Everyone wants to take a bite of him. Even if they can't bite him, they want to smell him. "Bingxi, your analogy is not right," Shangguan Yu said. "Sister, this is the most appropriate analogy for now. You don't know, but the 4 of them went to Zichen's place last time. They were deliberately sent there by the 4 forces with the intention of being Zichen's concubines, who knew that they would meet Xian first." Shangguan Bingxi deliberately lowered her voice and said softly, "I heard that Xian scolded the 4 of them last time and didn't treat Zichen nicely." "Oh, right. Xian is your love rival." "What love rival? Don't talk nonsense. Xian is a very nice person," Shangguan Yu said. "You haven't seen her, so how would you know? To tell you the truth, because of our relationship, Xian was hostile to me at first. She was angry that you stole Zichen from her." "Oh, right. I heard from Zhang Haoyan that Xian secretly called you a vixen." Shangguan Bingxi had a gossipy look on her face. These few words made Shangguan Yu at a loss. She rubbed her jade-like hands hard and was a little nervous. This must be Sister Yu. Sister Yu is really beautiful. No wonder Zichen can't forget Sister Yu. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind them. It was the young women from the other 4 forces. They all walked over and called Shangguan Yu Sister Yu. Shangguan Yu, who was already at a loss, was now surrounded by the 4 of them. She didn't know what to say. She just nodded and greeted them. "Hee, this is going to be a good show. The 4 of them must want Sister Xian, to fight with Sister Xian, in the Heavenly Man Pavilion." Shangguan Bingxi's face revealed a sly smile. She then snorted, "Zhang Haoyan, do you think I can't guess if you don't tell me? If a woman scolds another woman, it can only be a vixen. Hee, I'm really a genius. The Heavenly Man Pavilion won't be lonely anymore." 6.5 months after Zichen's return from the Savage Land, which was also half a month before the opening of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, the Lu family and the Qin family finally completed their mission. Qin Xing and Qin he also returned at this time. In addition, Miao Kong also returned. He was accompanied by the strongest people from the Qin family and the Lu family. The most surprising thing was that the Wang family also came. There were 3 people from the Wang family. The strongest person in the Wang family, Wang Jintian and Wang Jinwei. "Laozu, father, uncle, why are you here?" "Laozu, father, second uncle, why are you here?" When Wang Qiong and Wang Shan saw the 3 people from the Wang family, they were also surprised and hurried to welcome them. So this is the chaotic land. It's really extraordinary. Just by walking for a few million miles, It's really much bigger than our territory." The strongest person in the Wang family, Dan Realm, sighed. "Seniors, why are you all here? Please come in." After hearing the news, Zichen also came out to welcome them. "We heard that your Heavenly Man Pavilion is going to be established, so we came specially to support you. At the same time, we are also guards in charge of escorting the elixir soldiers and elixirs. Zichen, you have to pay us." As they chatted and laughed, Zichen led the group to the Heavenly Man Pavilion's encampment. At this moment, the pavilion's protective formation was not activated. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was only at an average level. However, when the group arrived, they were still very surprised. Obviously, the pavilion's location was also very particular. Moreover, when they saw the thousands of busy Yuzomes and close to 100 Dan Yuan realm experts, their expressions couldn't help but change. This was because they realized that there wasn't a single true energy realm expert among so many people. The weakest was Yuzomes. When they entered the Heavenly Man Pavilion's territory, the first thing that caught their eyes was the mysterious 9-story hall. Although the 7-story hall beside it was also very impressive, it was not as shocking as the main hall. The pitch-black main hall was like a mysterious ancient castle that sat on a mountain peak. Everyone looked at the main hall and then felt an oppressive aura coming from the main hall. As their gazes moved, they found the source of the oppressive aura. It came from a black-robed old man standing at the entrance of the main hall. No, the real oppressive aura came from the plaque above the old man's head. The plaque seemed to be made of pure gold, and it shone brightly. In the middle of the plaque, there were 3 ancient golden words engraved. They were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, vigorous and powerful. Around the large words, there were dragons and phoenixes that were exquisitely carved. The source of the oppressive aura came from the 3 ancient words on the plaque. These 3 ancient words could be vaguely recognized. From left to right, they were the words Heavenly Man Pavilion. When the group descended from the sky and stepped on the square, the oppressive aura coming from the plaque became even stronger, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Chapter 673. The golden signboard gave off a huge pressure. Qin Xing, Qin He, and Miao Kong's complexions had already started to pale. Looking at the 3 words, Sky Barbarian Hall, everyone felt like they were looking at a sharp blade in front of them. They actually felt like they were in deep danger. So scary. The Wang clan Dan Yuan realm experts' eyes were filled with shock. Whether it's the owner of the words or the material of the words, they are all awe-inspiring. The Lu clan Dan Yuan realm expert also nodded. They felt a kind of realm from the 3 words, a realm that was far beyond the Dan Yuan realm experts. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is the supreme elder of our Sky Barbarian Pavilion. He is also the strongest expert of the Sky Barbarian Pavilion, Old Gui. It is because of him that the Sky Barbarian Pavilion can withstand the pressure and be stationed in the land of chaos. Zichen's voice rang in everyone's ears. Among humans, the word turtle meant to scold people. The name Old Turtle was not appropriate, so it was homophonic. Zichen's voice rang out. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the ordinary-looking old man again. According to Zichen's introduction, the old man was the strongest expert of the Sky Barbarian Pavilion. His strength should be on par with theirs. Old Gui did not release his aura, so they could not sense his realm. This plaque was made by Old Gui. Zichen explained again, causing the Dan Yuan realm experts' expressions to change. They originally wanted to be friends with Old Gui as equals, but they instantly acted like juniors and were about to greet him. Moreover, their hearts were no longer calm. They had actually met someone who surpassed the Dan Yuan realm. This made them surprised, happy, and shocked. Since you came from afar, you are a guest. Don't be so courteous. Let's talk inside, Old Gui said and stopped everyone from greeting him. Then, Zichen introduced them one by one. Of course, when introducing Wang Jintian and Wang Jinwei, Zichen purposely added that this was Wang Shan's father, and this was Xian Er and Wang Qiong's father. Old Gouet was not stingy with his praise for the three children. This made the two Fathers' faces filled with pride. He did not release his aura, and he was very easygoing. Everyone chatted well, and laughter could be heard from time to time. From the outside, the main hall looked like a mysterious ancient castle, but the interior was decorated with gold and jade. It was incomparably luxurious, just like the imperial palace of an empire. When they arrived, a waitress immediately came forward to serve them tea. The golden tea emitted a faint fragrance. Although they had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Bedlam lands, they couldn't help but admire Zichin for being able to establish such a place. Moreover, the Bedlam lands' heaven and earth spiritual energy far surpassed the barbarian lands they were in. Along the way, they had seen many mineral veins and had a deep understanding of the resources here. Just by looking at these, they could already feel the huge difference between the two places. There was a reason why Zichin didn't choose to stay there. Since old Gouet was there, he naturally sat at the head of the table. Zichin sat at the second seat, followed by Wang Xian, Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, Wu Lu, Wild Wolf, and the others. On the other side were the guests who had come from afar. After chatting for a while, Zichin asked, "Senior, how's the refining of the elixir weapons and elixir weapons?" After chatting for a while, they naturally had to discuss business. For the opening of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, in addition to experts, they also needed material items. In addition, they also needed these items to maintain the appearance of the auction house after the pavilion opened. Naturally, the first battle had to be fought beautifully. The Qin clan's Danyuan and Lu clan's Danyuan looked at each other and had the intention to give way. Then the Lu clan's Danyuan said, "All right, I'll let my worthless weapons go first." Zichin naturally knew what the other party was talking about. He smiled and said, "Who said that weapons are worthless? If the Lu clan forged a weapon, even 10 elixirs wouldn't be able to buy it." In front of everyone, the Lu clan's Danyuan took out the elixir weapons from his spiritual ring. Rays of light flashed, and a total of 18 elixir weapons were placed in front of everyone. Everyone's gaze fell on the elixir weapons. Based on their senses, they realized that the quality of these elixir weapons was not very high. If the Ancient Beast series only produced these items, it would obviously be a disappointing product. "These are the ordinary elixir weapons that you left behind, Zichin. We didn't add any materials and only used our forging method to refine them. As for their quality and power, they've been more than doubled." As if sensing the change in everyone's expression, the Lu clan's Danyuan explained with pride. Sure enough, after hearing this, the expressions of Wild Wolf and the others immediately changed. To be able to increase the effectiveness of ordinary elixir weapons by 2 times, the Lu clan's forging skills were indeed extraordinary. After looking around and seeing many people nodding in satisfaction, the Lu clan's Danyuan retracted his gaze and took out elixir weapons from his spiritual ring again. This time, the elixir weapons that appeared clearly emitted a powerful aura and emitted a bright light. This time, without relying on their senses, everyone could tell at a glance that the quality and power of these elixir weapons were far superior to the previous 18 elixir weapons. The previous elixir weapons were classified as good grade, but these ones are called fine grade. They were refined with materials from ancient beasts, so their quality is much higher than good grade. I've tried it before. In a battle of the same level, fine grade elixir weapons only need a few powerful attacks to shatter ordinary elixir weapons. The Lu clan's Danyuan explained. These were fine grade elixir weapons. There were not many of them, only 10 of them, but the aura they emitted made many people's eyes light up, especially Wild Wolf, Wu Lu, and the others. As intermediate stage core realm cultivators, even good grade elixir weapons were attractive to them, let alone these fine grade elixir weapons. Their gazes had already turned fervent, and they were already calculating in their hearts. No matter how valuable these elixir weapons were, they had to buy them, even if they had to go bankrupt. Seeing everyone's fervent look, the Lu clan's Danyuan was very satisfied. A light flashed in his hand, and another item appeared. This time, it was not an elixir weapon, but a leather armor. The leather armor emitted a faint light, and some energy occasionally surged. It did not look outstanding. Seeing this leather armor, everyone was startled at first. They did not understand why the Lu clan's Danyuan took out this item. However, it was clear that this was not the end, but the beginning. After that, the Lu clan's Danyuan took out 4 more of the same leather armor, making a total of 5. This is an elixir weapon level leather armor. I didn't expect the Lu clan to have such a skill. Zi Chen's eyes lit up and he rarely praised. Haha! As expected of the leader of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. You have good eyesight. This is refined with the skin of ancient beasts and some other materials. There are only 5 of them, and their grades are above good grade and below fine grade. They are considered ordinary fine grade. The Lu clan's Dan Yuan laughed. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he explained, the defensive power of this leather armor is enough to withstand more than 10 attacks from a fine-grade elixir weapon. A fine-grade elixir weapon level leather armor could withstand more than 10 attacks from a fine-grade elixir weapon. Did that not mean that without a fine-grade elixir weapon, one would not be able to break its defense? Everyone who was prepared to go bankrupt to buy a fine-grade elixir weapon suddenly changed their minds. No, they had another goal in their hearts. They secretly swore that even if they had to go bankrupt again, they would get a defensive leather armor. Whether it was a fine-grade elixir weapon or an ordinary fine-grade leather armor, many people were tempted. Of course, this included everyone except Ziqin. Rapid breathing was heard in the hall. Other than Ziqin and Elder Gui, everyone was tempted. Even Xian Er's eyes began to shine. Although she had a defensive elixir weapon, to be precise, it was a piece of ancient beast skin. It could not be considered a defensive elixir weapon in the true sense. The people from the Qin clan and the Wang clan also widened their eyes. Obviously, they did not know that the Lu clan had also refined a defensive elixir weapon. Senior, you should have other things on you, right? Take them all out. Ziqin had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, when he saw that the Lu clan's Danyuan did not take out any more elixir weapons, he also spoke. There are other things. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was inconceivable. These things were already very good. How could there be more? Could it be that they had really refined a foundation? But didn't they say that it would take a year? Since Zichen had already spoken, the Lu clan's Danyuan, who originally wanted to continue showing off and earn enough attention, could only give up. He continued to take out an elixir weapon from his spiritual ring. As soon as this elixir weapon appeared, the hall was filled with brilliant light. The elixir weapon in his hand was unusually dazzling. Moreover, it was emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. As soon as the elixir weapon appeared, the void in the hall distorted. Such a scene also shocked many people. Looking at the elixir weapon in the other party's hand, their eyes were full of shock. This is an elixir weapon. It used materials from the descendants of ancient beasts. The cost of production is very high. It is the best among the elixir weapons. Its power is very strong, second only to the foundation. This time, we rushed the work for 7 months and only made 2 of them. It cost a lot of materials. The Lu clan's Danyuan held a supreme elixir weapon in each hand. A supreme elixir weapon, second only to the foundation. This, looking at the 2 elixir weapons that were so dazzling that it made people want to close their eyes, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. It is second only to the foundation, but it can also be sold at a price equivalent to the foundation. Zichen looked at the 2 elixir weapons and nodded with satisfaction. With these 2 items, the auction completely had a final item. Moreover, after the opening of the hall, it would definitely be a successful auction. Zichen was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Using only some materials from the descendants of ancient beasts to refine elixir weapons of this level. Your forging skills are indeed very strong. I admire you, I admire you. Elder Gui spoke for the first time. His eyes were full of admiration. Putting strength aside, The Lu clan's forging skills were definitely worthy of admiration. Seeing everyone nodding, the Lu clan's Dan Yuan's face became even more proud. He shook his head and said, "This is not the end." In these 7 months, the Lu clan almost gave up on rebuilding. Everyone who could forge joined in. In the end, we even refined an elixir weapon. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on the Lu clan's Dan Yuan. They were doubtful and expectant. They wondered what else could be better than a supreme elixir weapon, but they were also looking forward to seeing what it was. Chapter 674. Because of the appearance of the object in Lu Denyuan's hand, the originally gorgeous hull became even more dazzling. It was a 7-colored armor stomach. It didn't lose its luster because of the appearance of the 2 supreme-grade elixir weapons. On the contrary, its luster was even more dazzling, luxurious, and eye-catching. Its appearance was not much different from the leather armor from before, but this one was covered with scales that emitted colorful light. Just its appearance alone was several hundred times better than the leather armor from before. At this moment, everyone's mood was as good as the armor stomach. Moreover, when this armor stomach appeared, many people felt their hearts beat faster. Their eyes burned with passion as if they had seen their beloved beauty. This is a defensive elixir weapon between fine and supreme grade. It's made from the pelts of ancient beast descendants, and it's refined from several kinds of materials. Its defensive power is extremely strong, and only supreme grade elixir weapons or foundations can break it. Lu clan's Dan Yuan proudly introduced. This was his most prized possession, and it was also the one he was most satisfied with. Many people stood up when they saw the armor stomach, including Wang Qiong and Wang Shan. They were also wearing armor made from the fur of ancient beast descendants. However, they didn't refine it and just put it on their bodies. Whether it was in terms of quality or appearance, they were many times inferior to the armor stomach in front of them. They were even inferior to the leather armor they wore before. Zichen was also surprised by the appearance of the armor stomach. After hearing Lu clan's Dan Yuan's introduction, he finally understood the use of forging skills. He also realized how wasteful his group was before. The Lu clan took out everything. 18 good-grade elixir weapons, 10 fine-grade elixir weapons, 5 fine-grade leather armors, 2 supreme-grade elixir weapons, and 1 supreme-grade armor stomach. Zichen, according to what you said before, 1 elixir weapon is worth 5,000 high-grade primeval stones. Then 15 fine-grade elixir weapons are worth 75,000 high-grade primeval stones, and 3 supreme-grade elixir weapons are worth 60,000 high-grade primeval stones. As for the 18 good-grade elixir weapons, we still owe you 1. 865 high-grade primeval stones. After taking out everything, Lu clan's Dan Yuan began to calculate. Zichen shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not how you calculate." The Lu clan Dan Yuan's expression changed slightly as he asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that, Zichen, you don't think these high-quality elixir weapons are worth 5,000 primeval stones?" Of course it's not worth 5,000 primeval stones. Just as Lu Jedon's expression changed, Zichen smiled and said, "Of course it's not worth 5,000. It's worth at least 10 or 20,000. What? Lu Jia Dan Yuan thought he had misheard. He had thought that Zichen would say that it was not worth 5,000, but 2,000 to 3,000. Who would have thought that Zichen would say that it was worth 10,000 to 20,000? One had to know that was 10,000 to 20,000 high-grade primal stones, not low-grade primal stones. The Qin clan and the Wang clan's Dan Yuan also looked at Zichen in surprise. Obviously, they had the same thought as the Lu clan's Dan Yuan. They didn't think that these things were worth much. Moreover, the materials were provided by Zichen. They only provided a worker. This is the land of chaos. The things I gave you before were estimated according to the market price here. Now that I'm taking them back, I naturally have to calculate the price according to the market price. Chun pointed at the 18 high-quality elixir weapons. The Lu clan's Dan Yuan seemed to be in a good mood. These 18 elixir weapons could be made into 18 different types of weapons. Chun pointed at the weapons and said, "Since we're partners, I naturally can't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you 5,000 high-grade primeval stones for each of these weapons." The number given by Chun shocked everyone. Chun didn't stop. He pointed at the high-quality elixir weapons and said, "These 10 high-quality elixir weapons will be given 20,000 primeval stones each. As for the 5 defensive leather armors, each of them will be given 50,000 primeval stones." While everyone was dumbfounded and petrified, Chun pointed at the 3 top-grade elixir weapons and said, "These 2 weapons will be given 200,000 each. As for this one, I'll give you 500,000 as a crafting fee." What? The Lu clan's Dan Yuan's teeth began to chatter. From Chen's words, he already knew that these items were very valuable. He also guessed that Chun would increase the price, but he never expected that the price would be increased to such an extent. The Wang clan and Qin clan were also in disbelief. The Qin clan thought that the profit from refining elixir weapons was very high, but the price of a good weapon was still beyond his imagination. As for the Wang clan, needless to say, the 3 of them were really envious. One must know that before they left Wang Xian, gave them a spiritual ring with 1 million high-grade primeval stones in it. Such a huge sum of money made them excited for a long time. Moreover, they got 1 million without any effort. This was much better than the other 2 clans. But now the 3 top-grade elixir weapons added up to almost 1 million high-grade primeval stones. While they were shocked, the 3 of them also felt a sense of crisis. If the 2 families with forging skills continued to develop like this, they would soon leave the Wang family, which had no resources and skills, in the dust. Moreover, they would be left in the dust by many streets. The crafting fee for these items is 1,440,000. Let's make it 1,450,000. You still owe me 550,000. If you come again with these items, I'll have to give you another 1 million, Chun said with a smile. "Sir, the cost of the materials is ours. The crafting fee you gave seems to be a little high." Suddenly, a voice sounded in the hall. This voice came from Wu Lu. He quickly estimated the total value of the elixir weapons in front of him and gave a conclusion. That's right. Chun, we don't need such a high crafting fee. Besides, our skills are improving as we refine these things." Lu family's Dan Yuan also spoke up. He was obviously shocked by the huge number. Chun waved his hand and motioned Wu Lu to sit down. He then said, "It doesn't matter. We won't lose anything anyway." Chun was well aware of the value of these items. Moreover, the forces in the Bedlam lands were far wealthier than they had imagined. When the ancient battlefield first opened, a worthless token was worth several million gold coins, and a pellet was sold for 4 million gold coins. Naturally, these pellet weapons wouldn't be cheap. One should note that there were many mineral veins in this area. Chun kept the elixir weapons. Lu clan's Dan Yuan sat down. The transaction was complete, but the outcome was far beyond his expectations. Obviously, they had made a big profit. Lu clan's Dan Yuan was even more glad that he had made the right decision to come here personally. In his heart, he admired Chun's character even more. Originally, the other party only needed to pay tens of thousands of upper-grade vitality stones. Moreover, tens of thousands of upper-grade vitality stones was not something they could earn in a few years. However, Chun gave him more than 1 million. Obviously, he had sacrificed his own interests. The elixir weapons issue has been solved. I wonder what elixirs the Qin clan has refined. After keeping the elixir weapons, Chun looked at the Qin clan again. We haven't rebuilt much in the past few months. We have spent a lot of time refining elixirs. We have never slacked off. Qin clan's Dan Yuan stood up. Originally, when the Wang family heard this, They had been very pleased with themselves. This was because they had taken the resources for free, but they did not need to work for Zichen. They could rebuild their own faction without worry and become the strongest faction in the land of savages. However, after hearing the remuneration Zichen had given to the Liu family, they felt a strong sense of ridicule when they heard these words. Qin clan's Dan Yuan began to take out elixirs from his spirit ring. He had to admit that the reward Zichen had given to the Liu clan had stimulated him greatly. Fortunately, they had not slacked off during this period of time. On the contrary, they had worked very hard. This time, the main ingredient for the elixirs we have refined is the blood of ancient beasts. Moreover, we have studied the effects of various blood essences and have refined several types of elixirs. Qin clan's Dan Yuan took out a white jade bottle and introduced. This bottle contains the blood vitality elixir. It is refined with the blood of ancient beasts and yuan liquid, plus some ordinary elixirs. It has only one effect, which is to instantly restore the yuan energy in the body. The recovery speed of one blood vitality elixir is comparable to a drop of mid-grade yuan liquid. Zichen and the others had yuan liquid on them. Moreover, they had taken yuan liquid every time they recovered. When they heard that the blood vitality elixir had the same effect as yuan liquid, but with the addition of ancient beast's blood essence, they all showed disapproval. Obviously, this was clearly a waste. Taking yuan liquid was enough. Why would they continue to waste ancient beast's blood essence? Everyone's expression was written on their faces. Zichen was the same. However, it was not doubt on his face, but curiosity. The Liu clan's elixirs did not disappoint them. Now that the Qin clan had taken out a blood vitality elixir, it was naturally not ordinary. Mid-grade yuan liquid could be auctioned in the auction house, and its price would not be low. The blood vitality elixir, which was comparable to mid-grade yuan liquid, was also qualified to be auctioned. For Zichen, it was enough for him to use it in an auction. Seeing everyone's expression, Qin clan's Dan Yuan smiled and explained, "Sorry, maybe I did not explain it clearly. This elixir does not use the blood essence of ancient beasts, but the ordinary blood of ancient beasts. A drop of yuan liquid, some ordinary ancient beast's blood, and some other neutralizing spirit herbs can be refined into a bottle. There are 10 of these elixirs in a bottle. Compared to mid-grade yuan liquid, it is 1 to 10. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Ancient beast's blood essence was naturally good stuff. Even the blood essence of black rats and earth rats could be sold for a sky-high price. Using it to refine a blood vitality elixir was naturally not worth it. But ordinary ancient beast's blood was a different story. Aside from the flesh of ancient beasts, ordinary blood was the most common part. No one knew how to use this blood. Most of the time they had to remove the impurities and then refine a drop of pure blood essence. Although this refining method allowed them to obtain blood essence, it was obviously more wasteful. But now, the Qin clan was using ordinary blood to refine a blood vitality elixir. This was equivalent to turning waste into treasure. With just 1 drop of yuan liquid, they could refine a pill equivalent to 10 drops of yuan liquid. Chapter 675. The combination of ordinary ancient beast blood and mid-grade essence liquid created the miraculous blood origin pill, which represented endless benefits and resources. Furthermore, this item was clearly not difficult to refine. The Qin family's Dan Yuan actually took out 50 bottles at once, which meant that there were 500 pills, which were equivalent to 500 drops of mid-grade essence liquid. This bottle contains blood-healing pills, which are used to treat injuries. The name is tacky but easy to understand. The main ingredients are the blood essence of ancient beasts with life aura, as well as the blood essence of ancient beasts with toughness. It can be applied externally to wounds, or it can be swallowed directly to treat internal injuries. As for the effect, within a certain range, the effect is comparable to a treasure pill. Qin clan's Dan Yuan took out a jade bottle. There would be casualties in battle. No matter where it was, healing pills were always sold the best. Although they were all healing pills, when the injuries weren't so severe that a treasure pill was needed, this blood recovery pill was clearly the most suitable choice. In a limited area, its recovery effect was comparable to a treasure pill. This effect was already heaven-defying. It could be applied externally or swallowed directly. It had a wide range of uses. Although it wasn't as high-end as a treasure pill, it was definitely not something that ordinary healing pills could compare to. The value of this item was no less than that of the blood origin pill. It could save lives at critical moments. The Qin family's Danyuan took out 50 bottles again, but each bottle only contained 6 pills. Zi Chen's expression didn't change much. For a perfect body, as long as the injuries weren't so severe that he would die immediately, his perfect body could recover quickly. However, not everyone had a perfect body, nor did everyone have a super recovery ability. Looking at the jade bottles, Wild Wolf, Wu Lu, and the others' eyes began to shine. A barbarian land without resources was indeed unworthy of attention. However, with the resources Zi Qin provided, they had already brought many surprises. The Qin family's Dan Yuan's hand trembled. The Dan Yuan of the Qin clan shook his hand, and a light flashed in his hand. Then a bottle of pills appeared. It was a blood-red jade bottle. He held it in his hand, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The pills in this bottle are called blood explosion pills. When one is on the verge of death, it can instantly stimulate all the potential of the human body and increase the Danyuan's fighting strength by several times. Its power is comparable to the self-explosion of the Danyuan. If one uses it in the air, one will definitely die. Although the Danyuan has a strong life, it won't immediately die, but there will be a period of weakness for 3 months. This blood explosion pill is a real life-saving item. The blood explosion pill's super effect caused everyone's expression to change again. Using this pill to stimulate one's potential was equivalent to a self-explosion of Dan Yuan. Didn't that mean that the self-explosion wouldn't kill, but would be weaker for the next 3 months? It could be assumed that a Dan Yuan warrior was being chased by 3 warriors of the same level, and he was on the verge of death. At this time, if he wanted to kill his enemies, he could only self-explode his Dan Yuan. However, self-explosion would take time, and he might not be able to do it while being chased by 3 people. However, what if his enemies happened to have a blood explosion pill? After swallowing it without hesitation, his potential would be stimulated instantly, and his combat strength would be increased to the level of self-explosion. Then he would be able to kill the 3 easily. After killing his enemies, he would be able to escape successfully and find a secret place to heal himself for 3 months. It didn't make sense that he would be able to turn the situation around and kill 3 people. However, it was the appearance of the blood explosion pill that made it unreasonable. The palace suddenly became silent. No one spoke. Apparently, the appearance of the blood explosion pill was equivalent to the appearance of a forbidden pill. Moreover, it wasn't a normal pill that stimulated one's potential, but one that could increase one's combat strength by several times. It was terrifying. We've made 20 bottles of the blood explosion pill, but there's only 1 pill in each bottle. The Qin family's Dan Yuan's voice echoed in the silent palace. The blood-red jade bottles were laid out one by one. They were like bursting flames until there were 20 bottles. Then, the Qin family's Dan Yuan took out treasure pills. Treasure pills that had been fused with blood essence were naturally of higher quality than ordinary treasure pills. There was only 1 pill in each bottle. He took out a total of 6 bottles, which meant that they had refined 6 treasure pills in the past few months. These pills had been tested before, and their effects were exactly as described by the Qin family's Dan Yuan. There were no major problems. The next step was to determine the price of these pills. These were all new pills. How to determine the price was a difficult problem. Even Zi Chen was troubled. He didn't know the true value of these pills and how much they would sell. He also didn't know how much he should pay the Qin family. What do you guys think? Zi Chen asked the others in the side seat of the palace. He wanted to hear their opinions. The effect of the blood origin pill is the same as that of the mid-grade origin liquid. I don't think the price will fluctuate too much. It should be reasonable to set the reward of one blood origin pill at 1,000 yuan. Wu Lu was the first to speak. It was obvious that he understood the real meaning behind Zi Chen's words. Zi Chen wasn't asking about the pills, but the price of the pills. One blood yuan dan was worth 1,000 high-grade primordial stones as a crafting fee. Wu Lu's offer made Dan Yuan of the Qin clan very happy. These things were refined by the Chung cauldron. Every time the Dan was refined, there would be dozens of blood yuan Dan inside the Dan cauldron. Each blood yuan Dan was worth 1,000 high-grade primordial stones. The profit was much higher than the Lu family's good-grade elixir weapon. After all, good-grade elixir weapon was refined one by one. The cost of the blood healing pill is much higher than the blood origin pill. I think the price should be higher. If the reward is given, I think 1,500 to 2,000 yuan for one pill is reasonable. He Feng spoke after Wu Lu. Regardless of whether it was him or Wu Lu, they were both core members of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Naturally, they knew that Zi Chun was going to hold an auction after the pavilion was opened. The price they offered was also a tenth of the estimated base price in their hearts. The first two types of pills were relatively cheap. Without anyone's opinion, they still dared to make an estimate. As for the last two types of pills, one was a treasure pill with a sky-high price, while the other was a forbidden pill. They didn't dare to make an estimate. This was because the two items were too precious, so they didn't dare to make an estimate. No one spoke anymore. In the end, Zi Chun had to make the decision. After looking at the pills, Zi Chun pondered for a while and said 1,000 blood origin pills, 2,000 blood healing pills, and 30,000 blood explosion pills for this batch. As for the treasure pills, I'll still give you 100,000 yuan like before. 6 treasure pills for 600,000 yuan. 20 blood explosion pills for 600,000 yuan. Blood origin pills for 500,000 yuan. And blood healing pills for 600,000 yuan. After calculating, Zi Qin still had to give the Qin clan 300,000 yuan. The Qin clan's Dan Yuan was naturally satisfied with the compensation that Zi Qin gave. He even thanked him profusely. The materials were provided by Zi Qin. He didn't even consider the wastage and consumption during this period. Instead, he gave such a high reward. The Qin clan's Dan Yuan was very grateful. With the elixir weapons and pills, Zi Qin already had confidence in this auction. Furthermore, he released some ancient beast blood essence at the right time, which naturally attracted the attention of all the factions. After the matter was settled, someone had already arranged accommodation for everyone outside. Zi Chen gestured for everyone to rest first. Is everything settled? In the blink of an eye, only Zi Chen and Wang Qiong were left in the hall. Even Elder Gui had left. Everything has been settled. With the help of LV Peng and Elder Mo, the treasure pavilion and the Hall of Inheritance have been surrounded with layers of formations. I guarantee that when the formation is activated, not even a fly will be able to enter, Wang Qiong said. The day of the pavilion's opening is near. The people from the major factions should be arriving soon. Ask LV Peng to activate the formation tomorrow. Then arrange for Dan Yuan to welcome the leaders of those factions outside, Zi Chun instructed. Just as Wang Qiong was about to leave, Zi Chun added, "Oh right, ask Wu Lu and He Feng to welcome them outside. After all, they are from the major factions. They should be in the late stage of the primal core realm. Don't be negligent." Wang Qiong nodded and left. Zi Chen looked at the square outside the hall and said, "As for the battle, let's hold it in the square in front of the main hall. That way, it will be more intimidating." The next morning, LV Peng activated the protective formation of the pavilion. The area within 100 miles of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was once again filled with rich spiritual energy. Looking at the clouds formed by the spiritual energy, the people from the barbarian land were all stunned. With their powerful spiritual senses, They could clearly feel that the spiritual energy here was more than 10 times richer than before after the formation was activated. With such rich spiritual energy, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was simply a cultivation treasure land. On the second day after the formation was activated, there were already cultivators from the deeper regions. They were the people from the 5 overlords. Along the way, under the urging of Shangguan Yu, and Bing Shi, the group sped up and arrived early. The fact that the 5 overlords arrived first surprised Wu, Lu, and Heifeng. Wu Lu went forward to welcome them. Then he led the group into the formation. This is a formation. Standing outside the formation, they could only see a vast expanse of white. They could not even see the shadow of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. If not for Wu Lu and Heifeng, the group would have thought that they had come to the wrong place. "This is our pavilion protecting formation," Wu Lu explained proudly. He held a golden token in his hand. The words Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion were engraved on one side of the token. The other side was engraved with golden patterns. With the injection of energy, the golden token started to glow. Then a mysterious energy surged out from the golden patterns. This energy brought the token to the formation in front. Then the clouds in front of them started to move. A tunnel appeared out of thin air. The protective formation has been completely activated. Danger lurks everywhere. If you do not have a token and do not know about formations, even those who have surpassed the elixir realm will not be able to pass through. So everyone follow me. Do not wander around. After Wu Lu finished speaking, he stepped into the tunnel without waiting for the group's response. Even those who have surpassed the elixir realm will not be able to enter. You must be bluffing. The group of elixir realm cultivators were shocked. However, no one was foolish enough to verify it. The golden token floated above the group's head and emitted a bright golden light. Wherever it passed, the clouds would dissipate, revealing a straight path for the group. This is not clouds. This is spiritual energy. Oh my God, the spiritual energy here is so rich. As they went deeper, the group quickly realized that something was amiss. Then they exclaimed, "It is indeed spiritual energy. It has turned into fog. How did Ziqin find such a good place to cultivate?" Shangguan Feixiong was surprised too. Chapter 676. Everyone's gaze landed on the 9 levels of the hall. Then they felt an oppressive aura coming from the hall. This aura caused everyone's expression to change, and the faces of the 4 ladies turned pale instantly. Their gazes landed on the golden plaque. When they saw the words Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. That's the blood essence that we exchanged for with various materials. Oh my God, Ziqin is actually using the blood essence to write. On the golden plaque, the words Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion emitted a brilliant glow. The oppressive aura came from the words. After recognizing that the glow was the blood essence of the ancient beasts that they exchanged for previously, the few late-stage primordial core realm cultivators were stunned. The blood essence of ancient beasts that surpasses the primordial core realm. Furthermore, the words have an artistic conception that surpasses the primordial core realm. It's obviously written by that senior. It's just a plaque. This is too extravagant. The stunned crowd was speechless. Just as they were exclaiming, a few figures flew out from the hall. The one leading them was Ziqin. Beside him, Wang Xian, Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and Monk followed. The overlords were the first to arrive. Out of politeness, Ziqin and the rest came out to welcome them. "Seniors, you've come from afar. It must have been tough on you." Ziqin said with a smile, "Everyone follow me into the hall." When Shangguan Yu saw Ziqin, her heartbeat quickened. She wanted to say something to Ziqin, but the seniors had yet to speak. It would be rude for her to speak now. At this moment, she suddenly felt a strange gaze coming from beside Ziqin. Shangguan Yu, turned her head and saw a beautiful lady standing beside Zichen. She was sizing her up with her beautiful eyes. The only woman who could stand beside Zichen was the princess of the Wang family, Wang Xian. This was the first time Shang Guanyu saw her, but she could guess her identity from her beautiful face. Wang Xian was indeed beautiful. After the two of them looked at each other for 2 seconds, Shang Guanyu lowered her head with an uneasy expression. Facing Wang Xian, head-on, she clearly lacked confidence. Fortunately, there weren't too many negative emotions in Wang Xian's eyes. Wang Xian was a little taken aback by Yu's beauty. It was no wonder that Zichen would fall in love with her. So it turned out that she was such a beauty. Since Zichen had already accepted her, Xian could only accept it as well. However, when her gaze landed on the other 4 people beside you, her beautiful eyebrows twitched. There was obvious dissatisfaction in her eyes. Clearly, she had guessed the thoughts of the 4 overlords with a single glance. Zichen, your heavenly barbarian palace is indeed grand and extravagant. After greeting him, Shangguan Feixiong smiled. The others also nodded and smiled. Then let's go to the main hall. Zichen stepped aside, allowing the 5 late-stage primal core experts to enter first. After Wu Lu led them in, she left. After letting the 5 late-stage primal core experts pass, Zichen naturally saw Shang Guanyu, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he nodded towards her. However, the two of them didn't interact. Zichen followed the 5 late-stage primal core experts into the main hall. Even Fairy Yu is here. What a surprise. I think some people should be happy. Monk, who spoke at the right time, also pointed out Yu's identity. Shang Guanyu, who wasn't inferior to Wang Xian, smiled and greeted the few people with goodwill. We have to thank Fairy Yu for the incident at the ancient battlefield. Wang Qiong and the rest also expressed their gratitude, and there was no hostility on their faces. In this world where the strong were respected, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Therefore, the people of the Wang family didn't show any extreme behavior. Monk, I'm here too. Didn't you see me? Why are you only greeting my sister? Shang Guanbing, she's dissatisfied voice came from the side. Zhang Haotian isn't here. Monk looked at Shang Guanbing and said this out of the blue, not answering the question. Wang Qiong and the rest laughed when they heard this. Shang Guanbing, she's face turned red instantly. She snorted and said, I'm here for your grand opening ceremony, not for him. Chan was talking to the few leaders in front, and the people they brought with them followed behind. Wang Qiong and the rest of the young people were joking with each other. Since they were guests, Wang Xian didn't flare up on the spot, even though she already felt uncomfortable looking at these 4 women. In the main hall, the group of people chatted and laughed. The 4 women from the 4 overlords stood behind the late-stage primal core experts and looked at Zichen frequently. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be electricity flowing through them, and they were very charming. Other than Wang Qiong, who came back with him, the others didn't come back, including Shang Guanyu, and Bing Shi. A few years ago, Zichen was still in the early stage of the Zephyr realm. I didn't expect that after a few years, you would have already established your own force. Congratulations, congratulations. This conversation didn't involve any transactions, so everyone talked about whatever they wanted to. Zichen replied with a smile. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. After that, Zichen asked, I wonder if the clan's Laozu is coming out of seclusion. Will he come this time? It was just a casual question, but who knew that the few of them would give an accurate answer? They said that the Laozu had already come out of seclusion and would come. The Laozu is coming. Zichen was surprised, but his heart skipped a beat. When the heavenly barbarian pavilion opened, the overlord forces were already giving them a lot of face by coming. Furthermore, with Zichen's status, they would naturally not take him seriously. They had expressed that they wanted to come because they had refined the blood essence and their strength had improved. They wanted to test the waters. The Laozu said that the opening of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is a joyous occasion, and he must come. He also wants to thank you personally for the essence blood you provided. It seems like the Laozu has gained something. Shangguan Feixiong said, "It's great that the Laozu is coming. As for the thanks, forget it. Zichen can't accept it." Zichen was pleasantly surprised, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. After talking for 2 hours, the crowd dispersed. Before they left, Zichen couldn't enjoy the flirtatious glances of the 4 ladies. After sending them off, Zichen went to the Hall of Inheritance. All the inheritances that Zichen had obtained along the way had been placed inside. Apart from the ancient battlefield, there was also the Wuji sect's inheritance, which was the most precious thing in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Therefore, Elder Gui was personally guarding it. "Elder Gui, there might be trouble. Those old guys have already come out of seclusion. They must have obtained some benefits after refining the essence blood. It's very likely that they have broken through," Zichen said as soon as he arrived. He seemed to be a little anxious. The other party was an existence that surpassed the core realm and represented the strongest battle force in the land of chaos. All schemes were useless in front of them. Therefore, Zichen couldn't remain calm. Hearing Zichen's words, Elder Gui's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "They want to come? Very good. With them here, your Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will be more stable in the future." Zichen's eyes lit up. He looked at Elder Gui and asked, "Elder Gui, what do you mean?" "Last time in the ancient battlefield, when my life was in danger, Longhu merged the life force of the 2 old antiques into my body. After refining it for a few days, I made a small breakthrough. I think it's enough to deal with the 5 of them. However, I doubt that they have the courage to cause trouble." Elder Gui smiled. With Elder Gui's confirmation, Zichen was completely relieved. After bidding farewell to Elder Gui, Zichen left the Hall of Inheritance. He wanted to see Yu Er, but he didn't know where she was taken. "I'm looking for someone." A voice came from behind Zichen. "Xian Er, why are you here?" Zichen looked at Xian Er. "I was waiting for you outside the hall. Who knew that you wouldn't even look at me after you came out? You could have just gone to the hall. Why did you have to wait outside?" "There's someone I don't want to see," Xian Er said, obviously referring to the 4 girls. She pointed at the Hall of Inheritance and said, "You came here immediately after you came out. Did something happen?" "It was a bad thing before, but it's a good thing now." Zichen's face was filled with joy. Xian Er also had a smile on her face. She looked at Zichen with her big eyes. Together with the smile on her face, she looked very cunning. "Are you looking for someone?" Zichen just looked at Xian Er without saying anything. "You're looking for Shangguan Yuer. You want to see her, right?" Xian Er asked again. "You know where she is," Zichen admitted. Xian Er rolled her eyes at Zichen. With a seductive expression on her face, she said, "Follow me." Oh, Zichen followed. Then Zichen realized that the place Xian Er was taking him to was his own residence. Countless thoughts flashed through Zichen's mind. He then asked, "Xian Er, what?" Xian Er turned her head. "It's daytime now. Is it appropriate to go to your place?" Zichen hesitated. "Zichen, what are you thinking?" "I'll take you to see Yuer. She's at my place." Xian Er pouted coquettishly. "Oh, that's very appropriate." Zichen pulled Xian Er. Indeed, just as they arrived outside the pavilion, Zichen heard laughter coming from the living room. Other than Yuer, the others were also there. Pushing the door and entering, Zichen sweated in his heart when he saw the crowd. The day of the pavilion opening was getting closer and closer. The other powers arrived one after another. Under Wu Lu's unintentional gossip, after knowing that the overlord powers were the first to arrive, the other powers also kept a low profile. The 8 powers had also arrived. In the past, they were unreachable existences in the eyes of Wang Qiong and the others. But this time, The powers that came were much stronger than the 8 powers. Wu Lu and Wild Wolf still warmly received the crowd. According to Zi Chen's instructions, there were only guests and no enemies. When the 8 powers arrived, the first thing they were surprised about was the pavilion's protective formation. This made them understand the foundation of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Then the special plaque outside the hall also let them know the strength of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Zi Chen did not personally receive them. Everything was arranged by Wang Qiong. Zi Chen had already become a pavilion master and was a person with status. Not everyone was worthy of his reception. Wu Lu, don't you find it strange? Why are 10 out of 10 of these powers bringing female cultivators? Moreover, they are all less than 20 years old, but their talents are very good. Could it be that there are so many female cultivators in the great powers? He Feng was very curious about this phenomenon. Chapter 677. 2 days before the opening of the pavilion, all the invited forces in Chaos City had arrived. Among the many forces, one could see many young and beautiful ladies. They were all below the age of 20. Their skin was fair, and they were all in the levitating realm. It was obvious that they were all talented. It was obvious that they were trying to let someone participate in the beauty contest. This naturally caused some people to be unhappy. That one is good. Not only is she tall, but her figure is great as well. SK, she can be said to be of the highest quality. In the distance, Wang Shan was discussing with these people. I still feel that the one beside her is better. Qin, he said from the side. Wang Shan raised his head and looked at Qin He. Qin He, what do you know? That one only has a pretty face, but she doesn't have a good figure. What do you mean, she doesn't have a good figure? Look at how tall and skinny she is. Qin, he was unconvinced. Tall and skinny means a good figure. You really know how to be funny. Wang Shan laughed strangely. Good figure refers to the waist, chest, and buttocks. It's not just tall and skinny. That's a bamboo pole. Do you understand? Wang Shan said without turning his head. I'm asking you if you understand. Why aren't you replying? Forget it. You are so boring. Hee, I have to check for my brother-in-law. I can't accept just anyone. At least half of these people are not suitable for my brother-in-law. Wang Shan laughed. There are dozens of people here. Do you mean that the other half is suitable? A voice rang out. Of course, this half of her body is very good, curvy, and good-looking. It's enough to make brother-in-law happy every night. Wang Shan's words suddenly stopped, and then his eyes widened. There was fear in his eyes, and he was about to run away. However, his feet only left the ground. Before he could run away, his collar was grabbed by someone. It was as though he was a little chick. Sister, what are you doing? Wang Shan had a long face. I should be asking you what you are doing. Wang Xian coldly said. Qin, he and I are looking at these women. We want to find a wife for Qin He. After all, he's not young anymore. Wang Shan rolled his eyes and said, Qin, he didn't dare to admit or refute the suppressive aura emitted from Wang Xian. He tried his best to put on an innocent look. Look for Qin He? That's not what you said just now. Wang Xian still had no intention of letting go of Wang Shan. Other than finding one for Qin He, we still have to find one for Wang Qiongji, right? He's not young anymore. Wang Shan smiled. What about Zi Qin? Brother-in-law, doesn't he already have a sister? What's wrong? Could it be that he's restless and wants to find someone else? This brother-in-law is too much. I'm going to find him and settle the score. Wang Shan put on a righteous expression and said, Brother-in-law's taste is really getting worse and worse. I, Wang Shan, don't even fancy such ordinary goods. Could it be that brother-in-law is still thinking about them? Compared to sister, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no comparison. Brother-in-law really has eyes but can't see. Wang Xian was amused. She knew what kind of person Zichen was. He just wanted to scare the unreliable Wang Shan. She let go of Wang Shan's collar and said, All right, stop talking nonsense here. Hurry up and go to the main hall. Zi Chen is looking for you. He's looking for me? Wang Shan was stunned. Brother-in-law has a few dog heads around him. Why is he looking for me? Stop fooling around. Hurry up and go. Wang Xian glared at him and Wang Shan ran away. The dog heads he mentioned just now were referring to the dog heads, an advisor. It was obvious that he was referring to Wu Lu and Heifeng. The things that the two of them could handle now were comparable to Wang Qiong's. Wang Shan was worried that the two of them would snatch Wang Qiong's position as the deputy pavilion lord one day. Brother-in-law, brother. In the main hall, Zi Chen was discussing with Wang Qiong and the other two dog heads when Wang Shan walked in. Wang Shan, you came at the right time. There's still 2 days before the pavilion opens. Bring these people around first. Zi Chen said in the main hall. Around? Where? Wang Shan looked at Zi Chen doubtfully. In our area. Bring them around the entire Heavenly Man Pavilion. That includes the Treasure Pavilion and the Hall of Legacy. Everything is included. Also, introduce them to the Heavenly Man Pavilion in detail. Let them know that the Heavenly Man Pavilion is different from the rest. Zi Chen had a meaningful smile on his face. Wang Shan nodded his head and walked out. These big forces seem to be respectful on the surface, but they look down on us in their hearts. They say that we don't have enough experience and that we don't have a solid foundation. Now let's show them. Heifeng snorted from the side seat. That's right. Once we show them our foundation, they will definitely be envious and jealous. Moreover, this feeling of being able to see, but not touch and not obtain will definitely be unforgettable for them. Wu Lu said. The big forces arrived one after another. When they saw the Heavenly Man Pavilion's formation and the golden plaque with an oppressive aura, they were naturally shocked. However, these two things did not represent the entire force and could not show the foundation of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Therefore, they were secretly comparing with each other. The result of this comparison was naturally that the newly established Heavenly Man Pavilion was weak. Moreover, in the eyes of many, the establishment of the Heavenly Man Pavilion was mostly due to luck. Zi Chen, who had originally intended to let everyone tour the Heavenly Man Pavilion, decided to open these places in advance after Wu, Lu, and Heifeng's reaction. He wanted to show them the true foundation of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. As for why he wanted Wang Shan to bring them there, Zi Chen had thought about it carefully. Wang Shan was quite eloquent. All the reputable forces in the chaotic lands had arrived. With so many forces gathered together, it was inevitable for them to compete. Moreover, there were more than 10 of them in the late primal core stage. The 3 forces in the barbarian land seemed to be lacking in confidence when they were together. This was especially so for the primal core stage Qin clan. He was only in the middle primal core stage. He thought that he had more than 1 million upper grade primal core stage Qin clan and was full of confidence. However, after listening to the conversations of others, he finally realized that the 2 million upper grade primal core stage Qin clan was insignificant in the eyes of others. When Wang Shan came to inform everyone that the entire Heavenly Man Pavilion would be open today and that they could tour it, various voices could be heard from the crowd. Open the Heavenly Man Pavilion? Why? Could it be that the treasury is also open to us? A voice rang out. That's right. The treasury is open, and so is the Hall of Inheritance. However, this is the only time. If you miss today, you won't have another chance. Wang Shan nodded. Hall of Inheritance. What an arrogant name. Could it be that there are many inheritances inside? Another person said in a sarcastic tone, There are 7 floors in the Hall of Inheritance, but so far only the first 3 floors have things in them, so there won't be many inheritances. Wang Shan shrugged. He was not displeased by the other person's attitude. There are only 3 floors. Could the inheritances inside be some sword and blade technique inheritances? They're both blade and sword technique inheritances, and they are very valuable. They are all on the 3rd floor. I can take you to have a look." Wang Shan explained patiently. His temper was unusually good today. If trash inheritances like blade and sword techniques are on the 3rd floor, then there won't be anything good on the first 2 floors. It's better not to look at such a hall of inheritance. Many of the Primal Core Stage Qin clan members showed disdain in their eyes. Wang Shan smiled and was not angry. He said indifferently, "It's fine if you don't want to see it. I don't want to lead the way either. To be honest, many of us are unwilling to open the Hall of Inheritance for you to tour as you wish because we are worried that you will have evil thoughts of stealing after seeing the inheritances." Although he was smiling, Wang Shan's words were not polite at all. There was contempt and disdain in his tone, which made the Dan primary cultivators very unhappy. Wang Shan did not seem to realize that his words had hurt the Dan primary cultivators. He shrugged and spread his hands. "Since you don't want to go, then I'll take my leave. Speaking of which, I still need to pick a few concubines for our pavilion master. The people you brought are not bad. Some of them are very good and have the potential to be concubines." Their original goal of bringing the most talented women from their families here was to attract Zi Chen's attention. However, when these words came out of Wang Shan's mouth, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. However, before they could get angry, Yukong turned around and left. He left decisively and confidently. "Wang Shan, right? I want to have a look at the Hall of Inheritance. Can you lead the way?" Seeing that Wang Shan was leaving decisively, Shangguan Feixiong quickly asked. At the same time, he was cursing the people beside him for being sly old foxes. They clearly wanted to see Zi Chen's Hall of Inheritance, even in their dreams. But now they acted as if they did not care at all. "All right, since they are so calm, I'll have to ask." Wang Shan stopped and turned around. He said respectfully, "Senior, you are one of us. You can see the Hall of Inheritance whenever you want. If you want to see it today, then I'll lead the way." Looking at the harmless Wang Shan, Shangguan Feixiong was still very unhappy. He thought that none of the people around Zichen were easy to deal with. Wang Shan's words sounded nice, but if he really wanted to see the Hall of Inheritance one day, he would definitely be rejected. "Let's do it today. I think there should be a lot of people who want to see it." Shangguan Feixiong did not expose Wang Shan. Instead, he went along with his plan. "Just you." Wang Shan raised his head. "Let's do it today. Since the opportunity is right in front of us, we would like to have a look too." The other 4 overlords spoke one after another. If Shangguan Feixiong had spoken just now to save the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's reputation, the Dan Primary Realm experts would not have cared. However, now that the other 4 overlords had spoken, the crowd could not help but be moved. They all wondered if there was really something special in Zi Chen's Hall of Inheritance. Wang Shan nodded and said, "Follow me if you want to see it." He then turned around and left. The 5 overlords followed behind him. They did not stop moving forward and even called everyone from their families. It seemed like they valued the Hall of Inheritance very much. The other people's expressions turned solemn and they quickly called everyone over. Chapter 678. The Elixir Primes of the various forces all wanted to see the Hall of Heritage, but Wang Shan did not go along with their wishes. He purposely led them around. When the Heavenly Brute Pavilion was first built, we specifically found a feng shui master to look at the feng shui of this place. The spiritual qi here is so dense. We were worried that things would go in the opposite direction. It would be terrible if this treasure land became a dangerous land. Wang Shan walked in front and introduced the barren peaks to the crowd. Occasionally, he would tell them some stories about the pavilion's construction. A feng shui master from the mortal world who swindled people. How could you believe that? Many experts scoffed at Wang Shan's nonsense. However, there were also many women in the air who were curious as they listened to Wang Shan's story. We went back to our hometown to find that feng shui master, and we paid a huge price for it. He was an old man with white hair. Mortals only have a few decades of life, but he lived for more than 100 years. He was neither deaf nor blind, and he was full of energy. Although he was a mortal, his eyes were wise and far-sighted, as if he was a cultivator who had achieved success in cultivation. Wang Shan seemed to be immersed in his memories. He did not care about the disdainful gazes of the experts around him. Mortal swindlers were already looked down upon. Moreover, they were swindlers from a barren land. The crowd was even less interested. That old man refused to come no matter what. He even said that he had lived a good life. He believed that everything happened for a reason. He believed that there was a reason for the formation of all earth veins, so he was unwilling to crack them. In the end, I, Wang Shan, personally invited him. After he arrived dozens of miles away from this area, he felt that there was something strange about this place. He did not need anyone to lead him. He seemed to have been summoned and came here directly. The crowd did not speak. Clearly, they were gradually attracted by Wang Shan's story. As we climbed up the cliff, the old man saw this place at first glance. His eyes immediately widened, and his face was filled with shock. He exclaimed repeatedly, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. Why is there such a place here? Is this place very special?" Someone was fascinated by the story and asked subconsciously after Wang Shan paused. Wang Shan turned his head and looked at the crowd. At this moment, the crowd was also attracted by the story. They were all looking at Wang Shan. Wang Shan had a strange smile on his face. After the exclamation, we also asked the old man if this was a place of great danger. The old man nodded and said that this was a place of great danger, a place of great evil. This is a place of great danger and evil. Then why are you still building a pavilion here? A woman exclaimed, and her expression became unnatural. Looking at the rich world qi in this place, she felt a chill run down her spine. The others were puzzled, but their expressions were still calm. The smile on Wang Shan's face returned to normal. This place used to be a place of great danger. Anyone who touched it would die. But after so many years, this place has become a place of treasure. In all the geomantic omens, this place is called the Land of the Soaring Dragon. Land of the Soaring Dragon. That's right. The Land of the Soaring Dragon is a place where the soaring dragon will soar into the sky. A great calamity will turn into a great fortune. A fish will turn into a dragon. This is also the place where the divine dragon's prideful son is born. And the reason why such a drastic change happened in this place is because a soaring dragon appeared here. Wang Shan said, "At that time the old man told us that this was a rare treasure land. Once a sect is established here, it will be guaranteed that the sect's name will be passed down through the ages." Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other and carefully looked at the area. Other than the rich world qi, there didn't seem to be anything special. The geomantic omens of the mortal world are completely groundless and nonsense. They made this place sound so good because they want to earn more vitality stones. A Dan primordial expert said disdainfully. Wang Shan smiled and said, "At that time, we thought the same and didn't pay much attention." But who knew that the old man didn't accept the vitality stones after the event and said that he could die without regrets after seeing the Land of the Soaring Dragon. Hearing this, the expressions of the Dan primordial experts changed, while the others fell into deep thought. Wang Shan was still smiling faintly. As he spoke, he had already led the crowd around the area. After passing through many pavilions and flying over many stairs, they arrived at the location of the treasure pavilion. "Everyone, this is our treasure pavilion." At that time, after the old man saw the earth vein, he spent a few days specifically looking at the earth veins of these mountains. This treasure pavilion was purposely built here by the old man. He said that the spirit veins underground can nurture these treasures and prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Wang Shan strode forward. This place contains all the treasures of the Heavenly Brute Pavilion. It is also where our foundation lies. Everyone can follow me in. The old man that Wang Shan mentioned made the crowd fall into deep thought. They were a little absent-minded. Hearing that they had arrived at the treasure pavilion, the crowd raised their heads. However, when they heard that the old man was immortal, they couldn't calm down. Half believing and half doubting, the crowd followed Wang Shan forward. Outside the treasure pavilion, there were naturally layers of protection. Those who didn't have the authority to enter could not enter. As for the restriction of authority, it was naturally the golden token. Wang Shan took out the golden token. This token was much more dazzling than the one that Wu Lu had taken out previously. It was like a golden sun that was dazzling, other than the heavenly brute pavilion's token. There were also more runes on the reverse side than Wu Lu's token. Furthermore, they were more densely packed. One could vaguely see that the center of the dense runes was engraved with Zichen. Wang Shan was holding Zichen's token, which represented the highest authority in the heavenly brute pavilion. He could enter anywhere and take out anything. As the energy in his body surged into it, a wave surged from the runes on the token. The formation around the treasure pavilion vibrated strangely due to this wave. As the formation vibrated, a path appeared in front of the crowd. Although the crowd didn't understand formations with their powerful senses, they knew that this formation was extraordinary. If they tried to force their way in, they would definitely die. The crowd was curious as to what was in the treasure pavilion. They followed Wang Shan in. There were 7 floors to the treasure pavilion. As soon as the crowd stepped into the first floor, they saw a dazzling flash of light. There were many materials placed here. There were crystals, rare ores, and some strange metals. It was a dazzling array. The first floor was divided into several areas. There was an area for crystals and an area for herbs. There was no lack of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. There was also an area for elixir weapons, where many elixir weapons were placed. The herbs and elixir weapons were ordinary. There was no other expression on the crowd's faces. The heavenly brute pavilion had just been established. It was already very good that they had these things. However, in the eyes of the veteran forces, these resources were nothing. However, among the elixir primes, many of their faces turned ugly when they saw the crystals. This was because many of these crystals were produced in the mines that they controlled. They were looted by Zichen previously, as expected of a new force. They don't have enough resources. They even use formations to block these things. One of the elixir primes laughed disdainfully. Outside these areas, there were formations blocking them. The crowd could only look but couldn't get close. The first floor was quite normal. As for the disdainful sound, it was probably made by the elixir primes who saw their own things here. Wang Shan didn't explain and continued to step onto the second floor. The second floor was still dazzling, but there were relatively fewer things inside. However, when the crowd came up, their expressions changed. This was because there was no lack of extremely strong elixir weapons and materials for refining elixir pills. Moreover, there were more than a dozen spiritual king herbs here. They emitted a dazzling light through the formation. The items on the second floor were enough to surpass the resources of many forces. This made many elixir primes jealous, as expected of the heavenly brute pavilion. Its resources are indeed deep. An elixir primes from an overlord force laughed. The items on the second floor were enough to move the elixir primes of other forces. However, as an overlord force, they had seen the world. Hence, they only smiled. It was rare for them to be able to praise. What is that? Ancient beast blood essence. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Someone saw a relatively remote area on the second floor. There were many bottles and jars there. Other than that, there were some glowing fur and beast bones at the side. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. Then, they all walked towards that area. This area was very remote. It seemed that the owner didn't like these things and purposely placed them far away. There were markings at the bottom of these bottles and jars. They were clearly from the Ancient Beast series. With so many Ancient Beast series in front of them, the elixir primes' breathing became hurried. Moreover, they were speechless when they saw the jars of Ancient Beast blood essence. When did Ancient Beast blood essence become so abundant that it was stored in jars? Are these really from ancient beasts? An elixir primes from a large force asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Wang Shan nodded. He didn't seem to care. They are just ordinary ancient beasts. I wanted to put them on the first floor, but there was no space there. Hence, I put them in the corner of the second floor. Wang Shan's tone was extremely calm. It was as if he was talking about something very normal. However, the words he said made people have the urge to slap him to death immediately. This was the Ancient Beast series. If it was in their family, it would be placed at the top. As if sensing the change in everyone's expression, Wang Shan smiled and said, "Everyone, don't look at me like that. Actually, those small bottles contain ancient beast blood essence. As for those big jars, they are just ordinary blood. If you want them, I'll give each of you a jar later." Every part of an ancient beast was a treasure. Even ordinary blood could be refined into blood essence. It was definitely something good. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Then they asked, "Really? Everyone will get a jar." "Hee, I'm just joking. I'm just here to show everyone around. The one who really makes the decision is our pavilion master. If he's happy, what's the harm in giving all of these things to you? It's not like they're valuable." Wang Shan's words clearly moved many people's hearts. Then someone asked, "I wonder if little friend Wang Shan knows how to make your pavilion master happy." "I'm not too sure about that." Wang Shan shrugged. However, he looked at the female cultivators playfully. Everyone nodded. Chapter 679. There were fewer items on the second floor, but when the crowd reached the third floor, they realized that there were more items here than on the second floor. However, before the crowd could take a closer look, they heard Wang Shan's dissatisfied voice. "Nonsense! Who brought out such trash?" The crowd followed his gaze and saw 18 elixir weapons. These elixir weapons were emitting a faint glow. There were 18 elixir weapons in total, and they all had different styles, representing 18 different types of weapons. The quality of these elixir weapons was obviously better than ordinary elixir weapons. The people who used elixir weapons were obviously moved when they saw these 18 elixir weapons. However, such elixir weapons were trash in Wang Shan's eyes. The crowd was furious, thinking that Wang Shan was showing off again. However, when their gazes shifted to the side, their eyes began to shine. The light in their eyes was the same as the light emitted by the 10 elixir weapons in front of them. Even though they were separated by the formation, they could feel that these elixir weapons were extraordinary. Moreover, their forging skills had reached the peak of perfection. They had reached the pinnacle of elixir weapons. There were many late-stage, primordial core cultivators in the crowd. They naturally knew what was good for them. When the 10 premium elixir weapons entered their eyes, many of them started to breathe rapidly. A good elixir weapon could maximize one's combat strength. No one could resist the temptation of a powerful elixir weapon. The 28 elixir weapons were placed there quietly in front of the crowd. They were only separated by a formation, but they were so close that it felt like they were on the other side of the world. The crowd could only look but could not touch them. They were extremely dissatisfied. However, this was not the end. Just when they thought that the craftsmanship of these 10 elixir weapons had reached the peak of perfection, they saw 2 more elixir weapons beside them. These were elixir weapons that the Liu family called supreme-grade elixir weapons. They were second only to their foundation. The brilliant light completely covered the light in the crowd's eyes. The pressure that the elixir weapons naturally emitted made them feel extremely oppressed, even though they were separated by the formation. It made them panic and feel suffocated. In an instant, the crowd was stunned. Moreover, there was nothing else in their eyes except for these 2 supreme-grade elixir weapons. Bang! 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 3 trembling sounds were suddenly heard. Some primordial core cultivators had accidentally touched the formation and were directly bounced back by the light shield formed by the formation. The sound rang out from the third floor. Only then did the dumbstruck crowd regain their senses. They discovered that they had unknowingly walked in front of the formation. If they took another step, they would trigger the formation. Everyone, this place is protected by a formation. You can only look at it, but not touch it, Wang Shan kindly reminded them. However, the complacency in his eyes was not concealed at all. The group of Dan elementals stared at Dan Bing, unable to move their eyes away for a long time. It was as if they were looking at a perfect naked beauty. Only after Wang Shan repeatedly reminded them did they reluctantly step back. But that expression was as if she had been abandoned by the person she loved. Two supreme grade pill weapons, without a doubt, moved the hearts of the crowd. Their hearts and minds were completely shaken, and not lightly shaken. The greed and desire in their eyes could no longer be concealed. If possible, they wouldn't mind immediately breaking the formation and seizing the treasure. They had originally thought that 2 top-grade pill armors were the limit of their shock. However, as they continued to observe, their shock continued to grow. The 5 top-grade armors were the source of their shock. Perhaps ordinary Dan elementals wouldn't be able to see what was so special about these armors, but these late Dan elementals could. Furthermore, they could see it clearly. These armors were also defensive pill armors that had been refined to the peak of perfection. Its value was immeasurable. Seeing these pill armors, the Dan elementals were completely stunned. Zi Chen's foundation had already convinced them. Just at this moment, exclamations rang out from the side. Those Dan elementals who didn't know anything had discovered a good item. The 7-colored armor stomach was the pride of the Liu family. It was a supreme grade, defensive pill armament. The group of late Dan elementals who had reluctantly moved their gazes away from the armor no longer moved when they saw the 7-colored armor stomach. They were unable to move their gazes away. The appearance of the 7-colored armored stomach was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly pounded on their hearts. Or perhaps it was because they were electrocuted that they remained motionless, as if they had been petrified. However, their eyes were shining with greed and desire. To be able to refine defensive pill armors to such an extent was simply a miracle. Perhaps only a god could refine such a perfect item. From offensive pill armors to defensive pill armors, such a beautiful and perfect item was enough to convince everyone. Naturally, this included the 5 overlords. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. How could they get their hands on these pill armors? Should they forcefully attack them, negotiate a purchase, or call the patriarch of their family over? Moreover, the supreme grade pill armors were obviously very attractive to the patriarch. What's going on? Shouldn't these items be placed on the 2nd level? Wang Shan's voice rang out once more. Only then did the petrified crowd wake up. At this time, a Dan essence cultivator appeared from the darkness and respectfully said, "This is Lord Wang Qiong's idea. He said that these items will be auctioned off when the time comes, so we put them together." Auction? What are they auctioning off? Wang Shan was puzzled. These are offensive pill armors and defensive pill armors. Just as the question and answer were exchanged, the expressions of the other cultivators changed. Zi Chen chose to auction off such precious items instead of keeping them. Wang Shan nodded and did not say anything else. Everyone fell into silence. They were all thinking about how to bid for these items. Moreover, everyone had a worried look on their faces. Obviously, they did not bring a lot of wealth with them this time. Previously, the pill armors were only for auction and did not represent all the items on the 3rd level. However, in the following tour, they truly witnessed Zi Chen's wealth. Everyone knew that Zi Chen had gained a lot in the ancient battlefield. It was said that he had killed many ancient beasts. Therefore, his greatest wealth was the Ancient Beast series. Everyone had already guessed this. However, when they saw it with their own eyes, they were dumbfounded once more. The amount of Ancient Beast essence blood on the 3rd level was actually more than the 2nd level. Through the formation, they could clearly sense that the amount of Ancient Beast essence blood on the 3rd level was far greater than the 2nd level. Oh my God, there are so many Ancient Beast series. This is unbelievable. How many ancient beasts did Zi Chen kill in the ancient battlefield? The beast bones and beast skins are emitting such a bright light. The grade of the ancient beasts should be very high. Moreover, there are so many of them here. Exclamations could be heard continuously. Everyone was overwhelmed by the sight and almost stuck to the edge of the formation to watch. Their faces were filled with impatience. It was as if a mountain of gold was placed in front of them, but they could not touch it. It was like a hungry man who saw a table of banquet, but could not eat it. This feeling of being able to see, but not touch, would drive them crazy. Everyone, the tour of the treasury is over. Follow me to the Hall of Inheritance. Wang Shan said proudly when he saw everyone's reaction. When he said it for the third time, the crowd reluctantly looked away. They were unwilling, extremely unwilling. Seeing that Wang Shan was about to go downstairs, an elixir realm cultivator from an overlord force suddenly said, "Wang Shan, there should be a 4th level here. Why don't you bring us up?" Most people were in a daze and did not notice the scene. When they heard the voice, they looked up and saw the formation flashing on the stairs leading to the 4th level. Everyone suddenly realized that there was a 4th level. The items on the 3rd level had already shocked them so much. What would be on the 4th level? Everyone was curious. Wang Shan turned his head and said with a faint smile, "Forget it. The items on the 3rd level have already made you want to snatch them. If I bring you to the 4th level, you will attack me directly." Wang Shan's words were not polite. If it was before they came, they would be furious. However, after seeing Zi Chen's foundation, they were no longer angry. Instead, they were even more curious. Obviously, Wang Shan meant that the items on the 4th level were better than those on the 3rd level. Wang Shan, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Pavilion leader Zi Chen's intention should be to open everything to us. If you only open the 3rd level and don't bring us to the 4th level, you won't be able to explain it to Pavilion leader Zi Chen. That's right, Wang Shan. You can't go against Pavilion leader Zi Chen's intention. Moreover, we are also very curious. What in the world is more precious than the items on the 3rd level? The late-stage elixir realm cultivators from the major forces all said. They all wanted to go to the 4th level. All right then, I will bring you up. However, I advise everyone to be careful because the formation on the 4th level is aggressive. If you approach it recklessly, you won't just be pushed back. Wang Shan warned again. Everyone nodded and promised that they understood. Then, Wang Shan held the golden token and led everyone to the 4th level. As soon as they stepped into the 4th level, they felt an oppressive and dangerous aura in the air. There were relatively fewer things here. What they saw was still the Ancient Beast series. However, the Ancient Beast series this time was obviously of a higher level. Even though they were separated by the formation, they could still feel a suffocating pressure, causing everyone's expression to change. It actually has such an oppressive aura and is emitting such a bright light. What level is this Ancient Beast essence blood? This is just ordinary Ancient Beast essence blood, but it actually contains an inexplicable power. Oh my God, this is too unbelievable. Everyone exclaimed again. However, very soon, the elixir realm cultivators from the major forces recognized the level of the essence blood. One of them exclaimed, "Such a miraculous essence blood. This can't be of the same level as the sky-devouring wolf, right?" At the mention of the sky-devouring wolf, everyone's expression changed. This was because when the ancient battlefield opened the passage, a king-level ancient beast appeared. The sky-devouring wolf had once killed a late-stage elixir realm cultivator with one strike. It must be the sky-devouring wolf's level. It must be. Very soon, the elixir realm cultivators from the major forces confirmed it. The ancient beast essence blood emitted an oppressive aura. Although it was very strong, it didn't give everyone a sense of danger. This aura came from another source. Chapter 680. The numerous blood essences, bones, and skins of ancient beasts that were comparable to the sky-devouring wolf had already shocked the powerhouses. However, these ancient beasts only gave off a suffocating feeling and did not give off any sense of danger. The real source of danger was a sword. It was a long sword that was emitting a bright light and a terrifying aura. The dangerous aura came from the long sword. The moment the crowd saw the long sword, shock appeared on their faces for the first time. This is this. Looking at the long sword, everyone was in disbelief. This was because they could feel an aura that surpassed the core realm from the long sword. Oh my God, it's an existence that surpasses an elixir weapon. Gasps of shock could be heard continuously. The crowd's shock had reached its peak. They had never thought that the newly established Heavenly Man Pavilion would have such an item. Wang Shan's previous worries were unnecessary. Regardless of whether it was the blood essences of ancient beasts or the long sword, they were both beyond their knowledge. Even though they were extremely shocked, they did not dare to dream of possessing them. This was because these items were already beyond their knowledge. Therefore, there were more shocked expressions on the fourth floor. However, they did not act excessively. Of course, this was also due to Wang Shan's prior warning. When the crowd walked out of the treasure pavilion, they still felt like they were in a dream. It was hard to imagine that a mere treasure pavilion would have so many tempting items. The powerhouses could only sigh and feel envious. However, they did not dare to have any improper thoughts. This was because there was an existence that surpassed the core realm in the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Once such an existence had a foundation that surpassed an elixir weapon, they would sweep through everything. Only the overlords dared to have such thoughts. They were already thinking about whether they should consider working together to conquer this place after seeing the Hall of Inheritance. This was because the items here were worth it. Let's go. Follow me to the Hall of Inheritance, said Wang Shan as he led the way. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the sky. Then, clouds swirled and a murderous aura surged. This murderous aura was extremely terrifying. The crowd of cultivators instantly changed their expressions. They looked up at the sky and saw rays of cold light flashing in the rolling clouds. Clanging sounds could be heard continuously. What's going on? Why is there such a strong, murderous aura? Wang Shan raised his head and glanced at the sky. A cold smile appeared on his face. Humph! You dare to barge into the formation? You're courting death. What? Little friend Wang Shan, are you saying that someone has broken into the formation? A cry of surprise came from the side. It might not necessarily be a human. It might be a beast. But no matter what it is, I believe it won't come out alive. Wang Shan sneered again. Boom! Within the area covered by the rune, there was suddenly an intense energy vibration. Due to that vibration, the entire Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations continued to sound, and they were getting stronger and stronger. It was the existence trapped in the array that was attacking the array with all its might, trying to break out. What kind of expert managed to barge into the formation? The killing intent that surged out from the formation was something that none of the late-stage Primal Core experts dared to face head-on. However, at this moment, the existence within the formation was facing the formation head-on. Not only was he not killed, he even had the energy to attack the formation. Clearly, his strength was terrifying. After the initial shock of seeing such a powerful existence attacking the formation, many Primal Core experts had mocking looks on their faces. It was obvious that the other party was looking for trouble with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion or was simply trying to humiliate them. They were happy to watch the show and see how the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would handle this matter. However, amid the continuous vibrations, the pavilion leader, Ziqin, did not appear. Even the deputy pavilion leader, Wang Qiong, did not appear. Wang Shan was still smiling coldly, as if he was extremely confident in the formation. Open up. An old voice was heard from the formation. Then, an even more turbulent energy surged out, causing the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to tremble. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the few overlords changed slightly. It was obvious that they had recognized the owner of this voice. It was the voice of the old ancestor. They had already arrived and were trying their best to break the formation. However, No one from the heavenly barbarian pavilion appeared, as if they did not notice anything unusual. However, as the attacks became stronger, the vibrations had already spread throughout the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion. Under the influence of the formation, the entire pavilion was shaking as if it was experiencing an earthquake. How dare you barge into the heavenly barbarian pavilion? You're courting death. Just when everyone felt that the heavenly barbarian pavilion was shaking to its limit and that the formation would collapse at any time, a voice was heard from the heavenly barbarian hall. Then a figure rushed out and flew into the sky. What's that? It's a little guy who can fly. It was not easy for someone to appear in the heavenly barbarian pavilion, but it was actually someone who could fly. This made many people widen their eyes. An existence that had surpassed the primal core realm was attacking the formation, but someone who could fly was sent to face the enemy. In everyone's mind, Zichen had no one he could use. However, the person who was flying in the sky had already made his move. He started to form seals with his hands and cast spiritual spells. Then, waves of energy merged into the void. Buzz. After the energy landed, the sky trembled for the last time. Then it fell into silence and no longer vibrated. The murderous intent and vibrations in the sky were still there, but the ground was no longer shaking. It was as if the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion had become a divine mountain in an instant. It was not something that could be shaken by human strength. After stabilizing the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Yukong made a seal with his hands again. This time, the other party began to control the formation. The murderous intent in the sky, which was already monstrous, became even denser. Then, as sonorous sounds rang out, waves of materialized energy attacks charged into the formation. Open, open, open. Loud shouts could be heard from the formation. 5 waves of powerful energy were surging, trying to break the formation. However, after someone was controlling the formation, the attacks in the formation became even stronger. They had gone from being proactive to being passive. The 5 people in the formation were naturally the 5 patriarchs of the overlords. After the 5 of them had refined the ancient beast blood essence, their strength had more or less improved. They thought that they were qualified to challenge the old turtle. Therefore, they came this time to show their strength to the other party. They wanted to enter the formation and break it out. However, they did not expect the formation to be so extraordinary. They had attacked it for so long, but there was no reaction at all. Even though the heavenly barbarian pavilion was shaken, the 5 of them knew that it was just a rumble. It did not have any effect on breaking the formation. Moreover, the energy attacks in the formation seemed to be endless. They could not destroy it completely. Therefore, the 5 of them were completely trapped. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Zichen sat in the main seat, while Wang Qiong sat in the second seat. Monk and the rest were all present. Someone was trying to break the formation, but Zichen and the rest did not go out. They allowed LV Peng to control the formation to fight against the enemy. This bunch of old things are really ungrateful. They only took our benefits for a short while, and now they want to threaten us, Monk said unhappily. The overlords are indeed despicable. In their eyes, there are only benefits, not friendship, Wu Lu said. With the help of the underground spirit vein, LV Peng can unleash the full power of the formation. It shouldn't be a problem to kill these 5 people, should we? Wang Qiong's eyes suddenly became sharp. It was obvious that he was also angry at the overlord's behavior. On the main seat, Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "If we kill the 5 of them, the overlords will definitely go crazy. Moreover, there are more than 5 powerful existences in their clan. We have just built the pavilion, and our foundation is not stable. In the future, we will need to rely on the resources here to expand. Therefore, we only need to teach them a lesson. There is no need to kill them." Everyone nodded when they heard this. Tu Mie was just saying it out of anger. A powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. Moreover, The heavenly barbarian pavilion was not a powerful dragon yet. It's good that all the forces are here. Didn't they want to take us down a notch? That's good. We should take this opportunity to warn them. Zi Chen's voice became cold. Then, LV Peng heard Zi Chen's voice transmission. LV Peng, use all your strength to control the formation. However, don't kill these old fellows. Make them as miserable as possible. In midair, LV Peng nodded when he heard this. His expression suddenly became cold as he shouted at the formation. How dare you behave atrociously in the heavenly barbarian pavilion? Die! As his cold words fell, LV Peng's hand seals were formed again. This time, he unleashed the full power of the formation. The spirit-locking formation underground was activated. The energy from the underground spirit vein surged out continuously and merged with the formation. Furthermore, at this moment, the entire heavenly barbarian pavilion had become one with the formation. The underground spiritual pulse surged out, and even more spiritual power dissipated. The spiritual qi in the entire area became denser, and it had changed from a foggy state to a liquid state. Even more energy from the spirit vein was channeled into the formation. The formation's power was forcefully raised by LV Peng to the limit that he could control at the moment. A monstrous murderous intent spread out from the formation, causing everyone in the heavenly barbarian pavilion to change their expressions. They were outside the formation, but they could feel a dangerous aura. It was just like when they were faced with a strong foundation. If they were in the formation at this moment, they did not even dare to think about what kind of terrifying murderous intent they would face. As long as they entered, they would be killed by the formation. The old voice rang out continuously in the formation. Terrifying energy began to sweep out. However, this time they could not even defend passively. After the formation was fully activated, the murderous intent had to resist with all their might, even though they had surpassed the core realm. Furthermore, after a few attacks, not only did they expend a lot of energy, but many wounds also appeared on their bodies. However, the formation here did not expend any energy. Furthermore, as LV Peng became more familiar with it, its power became even stronger. In less than 15 minutes, the 5 people in the formation who had surpassed the core realm could no longer withstand it. They were forced to gather together and join forces to defend. Furthermore, more and more wounds appeared on the 5 people's bodies. Their faces were filled with shock and even fear. They who stood at the peak of the land of chaos could actually feel the aura of death under such a formation. As time passed, the aura grew closer and closer. It was as if the aura of death had already surrounded them and could take their lives away at any time. Buzz. Chapter 681. After the 5 of them worked together to block this round of attacks, their faces turned even paler and the number of wounds on their bodies increased once again. The terrifying formation made the 5 of them fearful. However, they could neither advance nor retreat in the middle of the formation. Just like that, after enduring another 2 rounds of attacks, the fear in their eyes had reached its peak. If this continued, the only thing that awaited them was death. Young friend Zi Qin, please show mercy. We are here to congratulate you on opening the pavilion. We just entered the formation by mistake. Young friend Zi Qin, this is just a misunderstanding. We just entered the formation by mistake. Are you going to kill us? The 5 of them finally put down their pride. Although they were not begging for mercy, they had lowered their heads. However, to protect their dignity, their words were still firm. In midair, LV Peng laughed coldly. His goal was to beat the 5 of them until they lost their temper and dignity. Now that he heard that they were still firm in their words, he naturally would not show mercy and launched another fierce attack. Even those who had surpassed the core essence realm had to lower their heads in the formation. The expressions of the cultivators from the major factions changed instantly, and they no longer dared to underestimate the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Zi Qin, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. We just entered by mistake. Stop quickly If you continue, we will die." Amidst the rumbling, an extremely panicked voice was heard from the formation. The 5 people who had surpassed the core essence realm had completely lost their minds. It was obvious that they could not hold on in the formation any longer. After Zichen transmitted his voice, LV Peng stopped attacking. As he formed another seal, the energy in the formation retreated like a tide. This energy returned to the ley lines. The spiritual energy that was previously extremely dense also gradually thinned and returned to its original state. In the sky, a white fog began to surge. A tunnel appeared in the formation that led directly to the Heavenly Barbarian Hall. At the entrance of the Heavenly Barbarian Hall, Zichen and the other leaders had all walked out. Outside the Inheritance Hall, the group of Core Essence Realm cultivators raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Barbarian Hall. The shock on their faces did not disappear for a long time. At that moment, they were thinking about what Wu Lu had said to them before they entered. "Do not barge into the formation. You will die." Previously, there were still a few people who were extremely disdainful. However, now that they saw with their own eyes that the formation had almost killed 5 existences that surpassed the core realm, they could only rejoice in their hearts. He was glad that he didn't try to show off earlier. 5 existences that had surpassed core essence walked out of the passageway and arrived in front of the Heavenly Barbarian Hall. Their clothes were tattered and there were wounds all over their bodies. Their hair was disheveled, and they looked like beggars on the roadside. Zichen was unaware of the arrival of the seniors. "Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." Zichen cupped his hands towards the 5 people and bowed slightly. He didn't mention the matter of the formation and only said that he didn't welcome them. Obviously, he did it on purpose. Regarding this, the 5 of them were filled with anger. Moreover, they had almost died in the formation just now. They were really sullen. But now that they were out, without the threat of the formation, this place had become their world. Even though they were injured, they were still the strongest existences in the bedlam. "Humph!" One of the old men snorted coldly. He looked at Zichen and was about to say something ruthless. However, his sleeve was secretly pulled by the person beside him. The originally tattered sleeve was torn apart with a slight tug, revealing the slightly pale skin inside. The old man's expression changed. He was about to fly into a rage when suddenly a voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. "Don't be impulsive. Look above you first." After the voice transmission, the old man raised his head and saw the plaque above his head. The 3 large words that were emitting colorful light were so dazzling to the eyes. Seeing these 3 words, the old man's expression changed. He looked at the other 4 and found that they were already tidying their clothes and trying to act as if nothing had happened. It's fine. We didn't inform you before coming here. We wanted to give you a surprise. Zichen, who would have thought that we would mistakenly enter the formation?" "Haha! I have to say, this formation is really powerful," the old man from the Shangguan family said with a faint smile on his face. "Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise. Who would have thought that such a misunderstanding would occur?" "Haha, it's really self-defeating," the other 3 old men said with a smile. "It's indeed a misunderstanding." The old man, who was about to fly into a rage, changed his attitude instantly. The 5 people's attitude made Zichen sneer in his heart. He thought that it was just as old Goe said. After seeing the plaque, they might not have the courage to attack him. Now that they were in such a state, they naturally wouldn't dare to have any bad ideas. "Senior, you must be joking. It's Zichen's fault that I didn't come out to greet you." Zichen smiled and invited them into the palace. The group of Elixir Realm cultivators who were going to visit the Inheritance Palace also flew over at this moment. Then the group of cultivators bowed to the 5 people. The 5 people looked like beggars, but the Elixir Realm cultivators didn't dare to show any disrespect. "Why are you all here? What are you going to do?" Seeing that everyone was here, the old ancestor of the Shangguan family asked. "Old ancestor," today Pavilion Master Zi Chen, open the treasure pavilion and the inheritance palace to us. After opening our eyes in the treasure pavilion, we're going to visit the inheritance palace. Shangguan Feixiong replied respectfully, the treasure pavilion. Yes, the treasure pavilion of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is really amazing, Shangguan Feixiong added. Before Shangguan Feixiong could go into detail, a cultivator next to him spoke. Everyone began to talk at once and revealed most of the items in Zi Chen's treasury. Oh, there is such a thing. It seems that Zi Chen really has a deep foundation. The few of us are envious and want to see it for ourselves, an old ancestor said. Obviously, he was very moved. The treasure pavilion only has those things. They have pretty much said everything. There is nothing else to see. If Senior is willing, you can go to the inheritance palace to take a look. You can also give some pointers, Zichen said with a smile. That's a good suggestion. We won't go to the main hall. Let's go to the inheritance palace with everyone and broaden our horizons. Senior, you must be joking. It's just some things that we don't need. We just want to encourage others to work hard. Since Senior wants to see it, then Zi Chen will personally lead everyone there. Zi Chen said with a smile. After a nod, he led everyone to the inheritance palace. Bingshi, you guys are here. That's great. Come to me, the old ancestor of the Shangguan clan said with a smile when he saw Shangguan Yu, and Shangguan Bingshi flying over from afar. Old ancestor, what happened to you? Were you beaten up? Shangguan Bingshi giggled. Then she and Shangguan Yu went forward and held the old ancestor's arms. Sigh, I'm old. I'm not as young as you guys. After failing to show off, and knowing that his strength was no match for that ancient beast, the 5 old ancestor-level existences began to have thoughts of roping him in. The Shangguan clan's old ancestors' actions were the most obvious. Furthermore, Shangguan Yu, and Bingshi both had a close relationship with Zichen. Thus, his actions showed that he was quite pleased with himself. At the entrance of the inheritance palace, Wang Shan used his token to open the array. In a flash of light, a spacious passage appeared. After everyone walked through the passage, they saw an old figure at the end of the passage. Old Gui, I'll bring everyone to visit the inheritance palace. Zi Chen went forward and bowed. Old Gui nodded. Then he glanced at the 5 old ancestors behind Zi Chen. Under this gaze, the 5 of them trembled. Sure enough, their strength had only improved a little, but the old ancestor had already broken through. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was even greater. This is old Gui, the supreme elder of our heavenly barbarian pavilion. He's now in charge of guarding the inheritance palace. Zichen turned around and explained to everyone. The group of cultivators bowed to old Gui. The 5 experts also cupped their hands in greeting with humble smiles on their faces. Go ahead, old Gui said lightly. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in front of them. Everyone followed Zi Chen into the inheritance palace. Moreover, this place was guarded by an existence that surpassed the core realm. They were even more curious about the inheritance inside. This time, the tour of the inheritance palace took them a full 2 hours. The inheritance palace was like the treasure pavilion. It was divided into 4 floors, not 3 like what Wang Shan had said. After everyone came out, the shocked expressions on their faces did not disappear for a long time. The cultivators who had mocked Wang Shan and said that there was no need to look at the sword and saber inheritance were even more ashamed. This was because on the 4th floor, Zi Chen's strongest inheritance was the sword and saber inheritance. The saber technique was carved on a stone wall. Zi Chen dug it up by the roots. Even though it was separated by a formation, the sharp saber chi was enough to make people's expressions change. Moreover, this was not an ordinary saber technique. It was an ancient saber technique that was very powerful. As for the sword technique, it was even more bizarre. There were a few stone tablets, and each of them had the word sword on it. This seemingly ordinary stone tablet was placed on the 4th floor, which made everyone very confused. However, When the 5 old ancestors saw it, their expressions changed drastically. They even lost their composure. Something that even those who had surpassed the core realm lost their composure was naturally not an ordinary item. Moreover, one of the old ancestors had asked about the origin of the stone tablet. Zi-Chun replied with a smile. He had dug it out from the depths of the ancient battlefield. However, no one had fully understood it yet. Naturally, the items taken out from the ancient battlefield were not ordinary. Just as everyone was thinking that Zi-Chun was lucky, the old ancestor spoke again. This time he said that he wanted to buy it at all costs. Other than the friendship of the overlord forces, he also wanted to owe them a favor. Moreover, he had offered a sky-high price. However, Zi-Chun had rejected him. When everyone came out, they still felt dizzy. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's foundation seemed to be terrifyingly powerful. Not only the treasure pavilion, but even the inheritance hall had items that the overlord forces were interested in. After coming out, Zi-Chun did not give the old ancestors a chance to talk. He used the excuse that he had something to deal with and left with the others. He left behind the 5 old ancestors who were extremely dissatisfied. It was less than 2 days before the opening of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. However, many forces seemed to be absent-minded. This was because they were all thinking about the auction that Wang Shan had mentioned. Other than that, many core realm cultivators also requested to meet Zi-Chun alone. However, before they met him, they were always accompanied by a charming lady with seductive eyes. Obviously, they had been bewitched by Wang Shan. 2 days later, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion opened under the witness of many influential forces in the chaotic lands. Chapter 682. The grand opening ceremony began. With many forces as witnesses, the atmosphere of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion reached a new peak. Fireworks formed from energy exploded in the sky, dazzling the eyes, illuminating everyone's smiles with a myriad of colors. For Zi-Chun, this was an extremely important day. From this day onwards, he bid farewell to being a lone cultivator and became the leader of a force. He was now a member of a large force. Zi-Chun was no longer the lone cultivator Zi-Chun or Zi-Chun, but the pavilion master of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Zi-Chun. The atmosphere at the banquet was very lively. Everyone raised their cups and congratulated Zi-Chun. On this happy day, Zi-Chun drank a few more cups. What was the most important thing for a force to expand? Foundation, resources, experts. 2 days ago, they had seen that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion possessed all 3 elements. Therefore, the rise of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion in the future was inevitable. It was also certain that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion would become the 6th Overlord Force. It was very likely that they would become the first Overlord Force in the chaotic lands. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was now rising and was far from its peak. Therefore, this was the time to curry favor and build good relationships. Therefore, all the forces put down their pride and humbly befriended Zi-Chun. In fact, they had already lost face because the overlords were even more humble. Moreover, intentionally or unintentionally, they kept mentioning Zi-Chun's marriage. Moreover, they were always kind enough to introduce young and beautiful girls to Zi-Chun. Regarding this, the Wang family and the Shangguan family were very dissatisfied. However, there was nothing they could do. These people would always mention the girl's age before introducing them. She's not even 20 this year. Perhaps she's just 18. She's already at the middle or late stage of spiritual origin. This talent was definitely top-notch in the barbarian lands and far surpassed Zi-Chun, Tyrant, Xianair, and everyone else. However, Zi-Chun did not care about talent at all. This was because he was not a very talented person. Moreover, along the way, he had already killed many people who were more talented than him. Therefore, talent was not important. Survival was the most important thing. At the banquet, Zi-Chun, Wang Qiong, and Tyrant sat at the same table with the 5 great ancestors. As for Elder Gui, he didn't come. In his words, he didn't think he was qualified. Not only did the 5 ancestors not have any complaints towards this. They felt extremely regretful in their hearts instead. This was the most basic right that the strong enjoyed in a world where the strong were respected. Merely the 3 large words outside the hall were sufficient to display Senior Gué's cultivation, and it made the 5 ancestors retreat and put down all face. Zichen, didn't you say that there's still a competition? The Shangguan clan's old ancestor asked as the atmosphere at the banquet heated up. The other 4 also looked at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "That's right, there was a battle." Then Zichen stood up and cleared his throat. The heated atmosphere in the hall became silent in the next moment. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichen, and many of the female cultivators' faces were filled with undisguised admiration. A young heavenly warrior, who was only in the flight realm, had become a great force comparable to an overlord force. Moreover, he had many powerful geniuses who were no weaker than heavenly warriors. Such a miraculous person was enough to make anyone worship him. Humph! Have you never seen a man before? At another table, Xian'er, who was sitting with you, snorted coldly in her heart. Everyone, Zichen would like to thank everyone for coming here to attend the opening ceremony of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Perhaps there were some disagreements between us in the past, but since everyone is here, it proves that our disagreements can be resolved. Therefore, Zichen would like to apologize for all the disagreements from before and drink a cup of wine as punishment. After saying this, Zichen drank the wine in his cup and said, "From now on, we are all friends and allies." The leaders of the various forces also stood up and drank the wine in their cups, forgetting their enmity with a smile. In a world where the strong were respected, the words of the strong were the truth. Next, there will be a competition. If everyone is interested, you can send people to participate. The top 3 will receive gifts. As for the bottom 7, there will also be souvenirs, Zichen said. Pavilion Master Zichen, this is not appropriate. Everyone knows that your people are strong and can fight enemies above their level. There seems to be no doubt about the top 3, a Primordial Dan cultivator said with a smile. That's right. Pavilion Master Zichen's subordinates are all capable fighters. This is not appropriate, everyone said with a smile on their faces. The crowd roared with laughter. Zichen was the only one speaking, and the slightly quiet atmosphere instantly became lively. Zichen waved his hand and smiled, saying, "This time, the people of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will not participate. Therefore, everyone must work hard and strive to enter the top 10. Everyone laughed and began to send people. This time, they came prepared, and each of them brought a genius in flight. As for the Primordial Dan cultivators, it did not seem appropriate for them to compete on this occasion. Pavilion Master Zichen, where will the competition be held? Will it be here? Someone asked. It will be in the square outside the hall. Everyone follow me. As for the banquet, it will be moved there. Soon, a group of cultivators came to clean up, while Zichen and his group arrived outside the hall first. At this moment, 18 pill weapons were placed on both sides of the square. They were the 18 good, grade pill weapons refined by the Liu family. If you don't have suitable weapons, you can choose to use the pill weapons here. However, this is a competition, so the main thing is to make it lively. It's best that you don't use too much force to avoid hurting the harmony. Zichen looked at the cultivators in front of him who were ready to participate in the competition. Almost all of these cultivators were female cultivators, and they were all beautiful. When they looked at Zichen at a close distance, they had all kinds of admiration on their faces. With such undisguised expressions, Zichen was a little overwhelmed. After briefly explaining the rules, he signaled for the competition to begin. Since it was a battle of flight, the Primordial Dan cultivators were enough to be the judge. After Zichen returned to his seat, the competition began. They seemed to have come prepared. In the previous few battles, they flew with pill weapons in their hands, so they did not need the weapons Zichen provided. The battle of flight was quite exciting. Gorgeous lights flashed in the sky and explosions were heard. Moreover, most of the competitors were female cultivators who were very beautiful, so they attracted a lot of attention. The competition progressed quickly. After knowing that they were no match for the opponent, they admitted defeat. Because it was not a battle of life and death, and because there were many female cultivators, there was no need to take it seriously. After 4 battles in a row, the 5th person to fight was also a female cultivator. It was unknown whether she was not prepared, or she felt that the pill weapon provided by Zichen was extraordinary, but she directly picked up a long sword. Her opponent was a genius in flight, but he was a man. This was one of the 8 forces, so they did not think much before coming. Both sides went up to the stage and began to fight. Their pill weapons clashed continuously, and all kinds of clanging sounds were heard. After a while, the battle was quite intense. As the battle progressed, it seemed that the male cultivator was stronger. However, after the first round of attacks, when the 2 retreated to prepare for the second round of attacks, a cry of surprise came from afar. Everyone's gaze fell on the male cultivator. To be precise, they were looking at the pill weapon in his hand. That pill weapon was actually chipped by the long sword. Heavens, the pill weapon is damaged. It's also a pill weapon. Even if the long sword's quality is higher, it should not have damaged the pill weapon. Many primordial cultivators' expressions changed. Seeing this, the primordial Dan cultivator of the Lu family was secretly happy. It was rare for him to despise his opponent. TSK, your pill weapon is called a pill weapon. What kind of trash is that? The second round of battle began. The female cultivator's strength was not high, but she relied on the pill weapon in her hand to make the chipping of her opponent's pill weapon bigger. If the battle continued, the pill weapon would definitely be destroyed. Helpless, her opponent could only admit defeat. After winning, the female cultivator reluctantly returned the long sword to its original position. Obviously, even a fool could see that these 18 pill weapons were extraordinary. The cultivators who went up next naturally did not use their own pill weapons. Instead, they chose to fight with these 18 pill weapons. These 18 pill weapons are indeed extraordinary. Look at the materials, they're not much better than our pill weapons. However, the refinement skills are superb. After personally witnessing the power of the pill weapons, everyone sighed in their hearts. Hearing the praises around him, the cultivator of the Lu family was secretly happy. However, he did not dare to admit that these pills were refined by his family. As a major power in the land of barbarians, they might be a little muddle-headed usually. However, when it came to their own interests, they would definitely look far ahead. They understood the principle of possessing a jade ring becomes a crime better than anyone else. Moreover, back then, Zichen was chased by so many forces because he was too weak and took something that he should not have. As the battle continued, the eyes of the major powers shifted. They no longer looked at the contestants, but at the weapons. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, you have to work hard. There are pill weapons like these in the top 3 rewards." Zichen's words naturally moved many people. Moreover, many people regretted that they would have fought harder if they had known that there would be such a reward. Hearing Zichen's words, Shangguanbing, she was also very moved. He pulled you air and wanted to join the battle. There are pill weapons as a reward? Then let's go too. You two are Dan primary cultivators. You can't join the battle, someone said from the side. What's wrong with that? We can just suppress our cultivation level, Shangguanbing, she said. Originally, he wanted to attract the attention of the other forces to prepare for the future auction. However, Shangguanbing, she was moved. Zichen quickly said, "You two can't join." Why? Dan primary cultivators can't join. We can suppress our cultivation level. No, there is no such thing as suppressing one's cultivation level. Then I want a reward. Shangguanbing, she was a little unreasonable. Okay, no problem. Zichen agreed. I want the same reward as this pill weapon. Shangguanbing, she said again. Such a scene attracted the attention of the crowd. Seeing Zi Chen's helpless expression, the crowd was happy to watch the show. As for the Shangguan clan, there was even less need to criticize them, because the things that the two of them wanted were naturally theirs. I have prepared something better than this for you. If you insist on wanting a pill weapon, there is no harm in giving it to you, Zichen said. Is that so? Then I don't want it. Shangguan Bing, she pulled Yu Er back and said with a smile, I forgot. You are so good to Sister Xian Er. You must be good to Sister Yu Er. Hearing this, Zi Chen was speechless. The faces of the Shangguan clan members were full of pride. Chapter 683. Naturally, the competition between the major forces would not end quickly. Moreover, after hearing that Zi Chen's reward was an elixir weapon, everyone worked even harder. Moreover, many female cultivators wanted to leave an unforgettable impression on Zi Chen. Therefore, towards the end of the battle, it became even more intense. The bloody scene happened as expected. Uft! A spear radiance flashed, and a female cultivator's shoulder was pierced through. She fell to the ground. In front of her stood a valiant female cultivator from the Overlord force. She held a spear in her hand, and the tip of the spear was pressed against her opponent's throat. She was from the Wu family, the Overlord force. Her name was Wu Yu, and she was very powerful. She was also one of the favorites to win the competition. Wu Yu wins. The Dan Yuan judge was expressionless. This is a competition, not a life-and-death battle. You don't have to be so ruthless. A voice was heard from outside the arena. Wang Shan walked over. Since you know you can't win, just admit defeat. Don't force yourself. Wang Shan walked over. Wu Yu nodded kindly and left the battlefield. How are you? Wang Shan looked at the female cultivator. The female cultivator held onto her shoulder, and her face was pale. Fresh blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. She seemed to be seriously injured, but she shook her head stubbornly. Just admit defeat if you can't win next time. It's not worth it to hurt your body like this. It's even more not worth it if it leaves a scar on your body. Wang Shan said with concern, Here, this is a blood-healing elixir. You don't have to swallow it, since it's an external injury. Just rub it on your wound. Wang Shan took out a jade bottle and poured out an elixir. The elixir was green, and it released a breath of life. He passed it to the female cultivator. Thank you. The female cultivator said weakly and reached out to take the elixir. She naturally knew Wang Shan. He was a member of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and had a close relationship with Zi Chen. He called Zi Chen brother-in-law because his sister was Zi Chen's fiancée, Wang Xian. In the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Wang Shan was considered a relative of the royal family. During the days they had spent in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, they had inquired about the important members on Zi Chen's side and remembered them. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they naturally had to seize it. As soon as the female cultivator moved, her wound was once again aggravated. Her face paled, and her originally strong face was now filled with grievance. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and her outstretched hand fell limply to the ground. Such a pitiful sight. The scene on the stage caused a competition to stop for a moment. Everyone looked at the injured female cultivator with different expressions on their faces. All right. You're badly injured. It's better if you don't move around. If you don't mind, let me apply medicine for you, Wang Shan said again. Then, thank you very much. The female cultivator's pale face unexpectedly turned red. Wang Shan didn't seem to notice this. He only used his elemental energy to disperse the medicinal pill. Then he used his elemental energy to control the medicinal powder and sprinkled it evenly on the other party's wound. Because everyone was looking at this scene, they witnessed a miracle in the next moment. The green medicinal powder landed on the other party's ghastly wound, and a thick wave of life energy spread from the wound. The bleeding wound stopped in the next moment, and at the same time it formed a scar that was visible to the naked eye. Then the scar fell off. In less than 3 breaths, the other party's wound had recovered to its original state. Only a faint white mark was left behind after the scar fell off. What kind of medicinal pill is that? Is it a treasure pill? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. In their memories, only a treasure pill could have such an effect. The female cultivator's wound had just recovered, and she stood up with a joyful expression. Before she could thank Wang Shan, she saw that Wang Shan had already turned around and left. The competition continued, but everyone's attention was clearly not on the competition at all. Other than the medicinal pill soldiers, they were also thinking about the medicinal pill that Wang Shan had used previously. The healing pill's effect was comparable to a treasure pill. It was simply too strange. When the competition reached the ranking stage, both parties were already engaged in a fierce battle. Furthermore, because the difference in their combat power was not great, they had to fight for a long time. Therefore, when the origin energy in their bodies was depleted, Wang Shan would appear and give each of them a medicinal pill. This is the blood vitality pill. When Wang Shan gave the medicinal pill, he would also introduce it. Then, everyone realized that the effect of the blood vitality pill was actually the same as that of a mid-grade elemental liquid. A drop of mid-grade elemental liquid was sold for 30,000 to 50,000 upper-grade primordial stones, and the blood vitality pill was comparable to that of a mid-grade elemental liquid. Obviously, its value was not much different from that of a mid-grade elemental liquid. The fact that Zichen had taken out such an item for them to recover made everyone feel that Zichen was rich and imposing. Wang Shan had already taken out everything that should be taken out. At this moment, the competition was also coming to an end, and the top 10 had been decided. As for the top 4, there was no doubt that they were from the Overlord forces. They had a long history, and with the same medicinal pill soldiers, their combat power was naturally stronger. The top 10 were arranged in a row according to their ranking. Other than a man who was flying, the other 9 were all female cultivators. Subsequently, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master, Wang Qiong, personally gave out the rewards. When everyone saw the souvenir mentioned by Zichen, they were all dumbfounded. The souvenir reward was actually a blood origin pill, which was a drop of mid-grade origin liquefied origin essence. Such extravagance was quite generous. The reward for the 3rd place was a good-grade medicinal pill soldier, which made everyone exclaim. It was obvious that they had always thought that the 1st place would be rewarded with a medicinal pill soldier. The reward for the 2nd place was a blood healing pill and a blood vitality pill. The value of a blood healing pill could not be determined, but it could save one's life at a critical moment, so it was naturally not inferior to a good-grade medicinal pill soldier. Moreover, the addition of a blood vitality pill was naturally a great reward. As for the 1st place winner, Wu Yu from the Wu family, he was rewarded with a good-grade medicinal pill soldier and a blood healing pill. This was the most generous reward, and it was worth hundreds of thousands of upper-grade primordial stones. The rewards given by Zichen made many core nascent pills jealous. The pavilion opening ceremony was coming to an end, but before Zichen could speak, Shangguan Bing, she impatiently asked, Zichen, where's the reward you gave us? Why don't you give it to us now? Can't I give it to you in private? Zichen smiled. Shangguan Bing, she shook his head. Of course not. Giving it to us in front of so many people shows sincerity. Shangguan Yu did not say anything, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. As a girl, perhaps she did not care about what Zichen gave her, but she was very concerned about such details. Perhaps in her heart, if he gave it to her in public, it would show that Zichen cared more about her. This kind of thinking might be a little strange, but it was the thought of a girl because girls were very strange. Zichen nodded and said with a smile, Okay, I wanted to give it to you later, but since you've asked, I'll give it to you now. I've already prepared it. A light flashed in Zichen's hands, and 2 long swords appeared. There was a dazzling light flowing on the long swords, and it was dazzling. This is, seeing the 2 elixir weapons, everyone's eyes widened. Naturally, They would not forget the elixir weapons in Zi Chen's treasure pavilion that had unknowingly attracted them. These are 2 of the 10 elixir weapons. Everyone exclaimed one after another, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. If it were not for the fact that there were so many experts here, they would not have minded snatching them immediately. But Zichen actually gave the 2 of them such high-grade elixir weapons, which made everyone envious. Looking at the envious expressions of the crowd, they knew that these elixir weapons were good stuff. The 2 of them accepted them with satisfaction and pride on their faces. Shang Guanbing, she was so excited that he jumped around with his long sword to express the joy in his heart. As for Shang Guanyu, she was much more reserved. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, as if to her, this was a sign of concern. The Wu family members who were feeling complacent and thought that they had gotten great benefits had long since retracted their faces. Compared to the elixir weapons in the hands of the 2 of them, their families' Wu Yu's reward was much inferior. Don't be so excited, there's more. Seeing the 2 of them so happy, Zichen also had a smile on his face. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out 2 more leather armors. These leather armors were only emitting a faint light, and there were occasional surges of energy. They did not look eye-catching, but they had seen this item before. It was a defensive elixir weapon, and its value was immeasurable. This is a high-quality defensive leather armor. If you don't use this high-quality elixir weapon in your hands, other elixir weapons will not be able to break this defense. Zi Chen explained. Hearing Zi Chen's explanation, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why Zi Chen took out the elixir weapon first, and then the defensive leather armor later. Both were elixir weapons, but defense was more valuable than offense. Moreover, both of them were of the same level, so the value of this leather armor was several times more valuable than the offensive elixir weapon. Just from Zi Chen's introduction, the total value of these 2 items was no less than 2 million high-grade primordial stones. The 2 of them took the leather armor, and their self-esteem was greatly satisfied. This was especially so for Shang Guanyu. In her opinion, Zi Chen was willing to give her such valuable items, which meant that he cared about her. Zi Chen naturally cared about Shang Guanyu. So it was natural for him to give her elixir weapon and leather armor. As for Shang Guanbing, other than the fact that they were friends, there was another reason why he gave it to Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan had contributed a lot to the establishment of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Therefore, Zhang Haoyan naturally could not give Shang Guanbing something that was lower than Yuer's. If that was the case, it would mean that Zhang Haoyan was lower in Zi Chen's heart. Isn't this too extravagant? When the 3 forces from the barbarian land saw this scene, they couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. It must be known that although the materials were all Zi Chen's, and they were only responsible for processing them, Zi Chen still gave them a sky-high processing fee. Although they already knew that Zi Chen wanted to sell these items to maintain the operations of the Heavenly Man Pavilion, the situation before them had not even sold a single item, and Zi Chen had already given away a lot of them. Everyone, the pavilion opening ceremony is about to end. If you are willing to stay, the Heavenly Man Pavilion will definitely entertain you. If you want to leave, Zi Chen will not force you to stay, Zi Chen said. Chapter 684. Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot something important. Zi Chen slapped his forehead and said, It's like this. I built a market in this area. I'm sure everyone saw it before coming. This time, I'm planning to hold an auction there on the auspicious day of the market's opening. All the cultivators looked at Zi Chen. As for the items to be auctioned, there are 16 good grade pill weapons, 8 fine grade pill weapons, 3 fine grade defensive leather armor, 2 supreme grade pill weapons, and supreme grade defensive rainbow armor. Oh, you should have seen them before. These items are all in the treasure pavilion. Other than the pill weapons, there are also some medicinal pills. There are blood vitality pills, blood healing pills, blood explosion pills, and treasure pills. Of course, not only the pill weapons and medicinal pills, but also the Ancient Beast series. What Ziqin said undoubtedly tempted everyone. The 5 great ancestors also looked at Ziqin and asked, "What about the sword steel? Will it be auctioned?" "Senior, you must be joking. The sword steel is the hope of the heavenly barbarian pavilion's rise. Of course, it won't be auctioned." "Oh, the ancient beast's blood essence that surpasses the primal core level will also be auctioned," Ziqin said with a smile. "What, you still have that kind of blood essence?" The 5 great ancestors' eyes lit up. "I do have some, but there aren't many left. Therefore, there won't be many auctioned." "When will the auction begin?" Everyone became impatient. "From today onwards, the market should be decorated in a month. At that time the auction will begin," Ziqin said after thinking for a while. Of course, a month's time was not used for decoration. It was for the forces to go back and get resources. Back then, Wu Lu and Wild Wolf used 10 days to rush to the inner area. Now that everyone present was in the late stage of the primal core realm, their speed would naturally be faster than that of the 2 of them. A month's time was enough for them to go back and forth. Moreover, there was enough time to collect resources. "Okay, we'll go back now." The group of primal core realm cultivators left after saying that, afraid that there would not be enough time. Actually, you don't necessarily need primal stones for the auction. If you have any special materials, you can use them as primal stones to trade. Just as the group of primal core realm cultivators was about to leave impatiently, Ziqin reminded them kindly. Everyone nodded to show that they understood and left. The leaders of the various forces had all left. As for the rest of the family members, they stayed behind. Aside from the fact that it would be troublesome to bring them along, after seeing how generous Ziqin was to his women and friends, they undoubtedly had the same thought in their hearts. "I can foresee that many people will come when the auction starts." Wang Qiong smiled faintly in the hall. Ziqin nodded and said, "That's right. Although there aren't many resources in the outer regions, they aren't that poor. There are still resources to be excavated and origin stones to be earned. I think there should be people who are tempted by this place. To be honest, I am looking forward to the day when our heavenly barbarian pavilion and our marketplace become the center of the Bedlam lands. When that time comes, the 5 overlords will have to move," Wu Lu said with a smile. At this moment, a primordial core cultivator walked in from outside the main hall. "Pavilion Master, people from the 3 forces of the barbarian lands request an audience." 3 forces. Ziqin was stunned for a moment, then said, "Let them in." The leaders of the 3 forces walked in and told him the purpose of their visit. "What, you are leaving?" Ziqin looked at the 3 of them in confusion. "Aren't you waiting for the auction to start?" The 3 of them shook their heads. "In this auction, other than the items we sold, we should be able to get back some things. If you go back like this, you will miss out on many good things," Ziqin said. Lu Clan's Dan Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, we want to stay, but before we came, we didn't tell them to continue refining things." "That's right. We're going to go back and arrange tasks for them." Qin Clan's Dan Yuan nodded. In just a few months, they had gained many benefits. After tasting the sweetness, the 2 of them didn't want to waste a single second, so they hurried back to work. As for Wang Clan's Dan Yuan, although he didn't gain much, he reached an agreement with the 2 of them. The Wang clan would do their best to search for the remaining survivors, and the Lu and Qin clans would give the Wang clan some corresponding rewards. "Didn't you bring people here? If you have something to do, just tell them to go back and tell them. You can stay and participate in the auction. When you go back, you can take some refining resources back. Of course, you have to personally send them to the transportation array. You should know that this place is still very chaotic." The 3 of them naturally accepted Ziqin's suggestion, so they escorted their clansmen away. After that, Wang Qiong took care of the matters of the market, and Ziqin spent some time with Xian Er and Yu Er, enjoying the few good times. After this auction, Ziqin would return to the barbarian lands to make his final breakthrough. Whether he would break through to the primordial core realm or die in the lightning tribulation or the primordial core realm. It would all depend on his luck. Shang Guanbingshi didn't want to be a third wheel. Zhang Haoqian had already returned, and now the two of them were enjoying their own private time. Ziqin, you must come back alive. The time they spent together was happy, but it was inevitable that they would think of unhappy things. Every time they thought of Ziqin's near-death breakthrough, the two of them felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. Looking at the two of them, Ziqin smiled and said, "Don't worry, my perfect body has already reached its current limit. The possibility of a breakthrough is very high. Back then, the Wuji sect's patriarch also foresaw my existence and made all kinds of preparations in advance." Ziqin's comforting words clearly made the two of them feel much better. There was only 1 month left for Ziqin to enjoy the good times. During this month, the three of them spent their days touring the mountains and rivers. They practically went to all the regions within a radius of a few million miles. Between the mountains and rivers, the three of them could always be seen. After the primordial core realm experts of the major factions returned, everything about the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was spread. Foundation, resources, and experts were the key factors to becoming a major faction. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had no lack of them. The rise of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was inevitable. Then there was the matter of the auction and the market. When the primordial core realm experts took the primordial stones and left, many factions also brought their own cultivators to the market. Everything was just as Ziqin had said earlier. There were also resources to be earned in the outer regions. Hence, these factions went to discuss the matter of moving into the market. A month passed very quickly. The primordial core realm experts of the major factions arrived one after another. Many of them had already discussed the details of moving into the market with the person in charge of the market. Everything would be settled after the auction. The auction should be starting soon. Let's go back. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Ziqin and the two of them flew towards the market. The market of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was equivalent to a small city. It covered an area of dozens of miles. The buildings were also lined up in great numbers. The streets were neat and spacious. In the center of the market, there was a 7-story building. That was where the auction was located. It was also the tallest building in the market. The auction this time was open to the major factions. It was also open to cultivators who wanted to participate in the auction. Hence, there was no need for an invitation. Everyone could enter. Moreover, Wang Qiong had already left a place for the major factions. When the major factions arrived, they would enter their own boxes. As for the cultivators outside the major factions, they could only wait in the hall. Everyone, I, Wang Qiong, am honored to be the host of this auction. I would like to thank everyone for coming from afar. In the auction hall, Wang Qiong cupped his fists towards the boxes where the major factions were. The cultivators stood up and returned the gesture. I am not a professional auctioneer, so I will not waste any time. The auction will begin immediately. As Wang Qiong waved his hand, the first item was brought up on a tray. It was a jade bottle covered with a red cloth. Inside it were pills. This is a bottle of blood origin pills. After swallowing it, it can instantly recover the energy consumed in the body. Its effect is slightly stronger than that of mid-grade primordial liquid. The recovery speed is also faster. There are 10 pills in the bottle. The starting price is 100,000 high-grade primordial stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000. All right, the auction begins now. As Wang Qiong finished speaking, various bids were heard. 101,000, 103,000, 110,000, 150,000, 180,000. Since they had seen the effects of the blood origin pill with their own eyes, the crowd believed in this pill. The price rose bit by bit. 300,000. Finally, a cold voice rang out, and the auction hall became silent. No one called out a price. 300,000 going once. 300,000 going twice. 300,000 going thrice. All right, deal. As the hammer fell, the first transaction was completed. Without a battle, this blood origin pill can still be sold for 30,000. Not bad. In the box, Zichen nodded in satisfaction. The three primordial core cultivators beside him were shocked. The blood origin pill's value was actually so high. In the hall, Wang Qiong took out the second item. It was an elixir weapon. Good grade elixir weapon. As for its power and quality, everyone has seen it. I will not introduce it. The starting price is 30,000, and each increment must not be less than 1,000. Wang Qiong said quickly. 50,000. As soon as the elixir weapon was taken out, someone immediately increased the price by 20,000. However, such an increase did not scare the others. As soon as the other party finished speaking, another voice sounded. 60,000, 65,000, 70,000, 71,000, 75,000, 80,000, 100,000. Among the increments, the price of the first elixir weapon was set at 100,000. This was a price that exceeded everyone's expectations. The Liu family's primordial core cultivators were completely dumbfounded. It was just an ordinary elixir weapon that was casually refined, but it was sold for 100,000. The third item is a bottle of blood recovery pills. Its effect is to heal injuries. It can be taken directly for internal injuries and applied on external injuries. As for the medicinal effect, it is equivalent to a treasure pill that has been shrunk 10 times. As soon as this was said, it naturally caused an uproar. A blood recovery pill was equivalent to 1/10 of a treasure pill. Its medicinal effect was really terrifying. Moreover, they had seen it personally that day and mistook it for a treasure pill. There are 6 pills in this bottle. The starting price is 300,000, and each increment must not be less than 10,000. The total value of the 6 blood recovery pills was 300,000, which was equivalent to 50,000 per pill. This price was not very expensive compared to the effects. 350,000, 360,000, 380,000, 400,000, 450,000. Chapter 6, 85. 600,000. As an indifferent voice sounded, the final price of the blood healing pills was set at 100,000 each. Such a high price also caused a wave of exclamations. Many people in the hall who wanted to buy the pills had their hopes dashed because the things that Zichen sold were sold in groups. Even the starting price was not something that they could afford. The next item is a fine-grade pill weapon. It's far beyond a fine-grade pill weapon. An ordinary pill weapon can only withstand a few attacks from a fine-grade pill weapon. Following Wang Qiong's explanation, 2 people walked up the stage. Their strength was about the same. One of them held a premium-grade alchemy weapon, while the other held an ordinary alchemy weapon. Without controlling their energy, the 2 of them clashed. In less than 10 attacks, the ordinary alchemy soldiers were broken into pieces. Below the stage, the crowd was in an uproar. In the private rooms, the faces of the various forces changed. The quality and power of a fine-grade pill weapon far surpassed that of a good-grade pill weapon. The starting price for a fine-grade pill weapon is 100,000. Each increment must be at least 10,000, said Wang Qiong. 200,000, 250,000, 300,000. The appearance of a fine-grade pill weapon was almost a miracle in the Bedlam land. It wasn't something that could be refined over and over again by extracting the impurities and essence. It required superb forging skills. In terms of forging skills, they had inherited the Wuji sect's forging skills. If the Liu clan claimed to be second, then no one in the Bedlam land, including the barbaric lands, would dare to claim to be first. 500,000, 550,000. The bidding continued. Although Zichen said that 8 items could be auctioned, No one wanted to miss out on the first item. Shangguan Feixiong, what's the meaning of this? Your Shangguan clan already has 2. Do you still want to fight with me? A dissatisfied voice sounded from the private room. Although the other forces also wanted the fine-grade pill weapon, they didn't dare to provoke the overlords. Therefore, they gave up on the first item and let the other 5 forces fight for it. As the 5 forces continued to bid, all kinds of dissatisfaction arose again. Such an excellent weapon can be used as a trump card. 700,000, Shangguan Feixiong said calmly. All the major powers had come prepared. Naturally, they wouldn't be unable to fork out such a small amount of origin stones. However, they felt that they had lost face, especially since the Shangguan clan had obtained 2 premium-grade pill weapons and 2 leather armors for free. The other 4 major powers were all incomparably envious of them. Now that the Shangguan clan was being so tactless, this was the source of their anger. Humph, 1 million. He snorted coldly. In the bedlam, where one could buy a Dan weapon for 10,000 high-grade yuan stones, the price of a Dan weapon was sky-high. 1 million. In the private room where Ziqin was, the core essences of the 3 forces were completely dumbfounded when they heard this number. This was 1 million high-grade primordial stones, not 1 million low-grade primordial stones. It seemed that this was too extravagant. 1 million. Shangguan Feixiong said calmly. 1,300,000. 5 million. The auction ended with a cold snort. In the end, the Shangguan clan successfully obtained this high-quality elixir weapon. Not bad. I think the leather armors can also be sold for a sky-high price. Ziqin smiled faintly. The next item to be auctioned is a medicinal pill. This pill is called the blood explosion pill. The refinement of this medicinal pill requires the fusion of berserk ancient beast essence blood. As for its effect, after consuming it, one will be able to erupt forth with combat power several times greater than one's own. Wang Qiong held the red jade bottle in his hand and said, "Of course, this pill is different from ordinary pills that can stimulate one's potential. If a cultivator below the core essence realm consumes it, there will be no chance of survival. But if a core essence realm consumes it, there will be a period of weakness for 3 months. As for the increase in battle strength after consuming it, it will be equivalent to the explosion of your core essence." What? Equivalent to explosion? After Wang Qiong finished speaking, a few people couldn't remain calm. The effect is already confirmed. Now, the price is 300,000. If you want to demonstrate it on the spot, then the price will be doubled to 600,000. Wang Qiong smiled. After Wang Qiong finished speaking, the auction hall was filled with gasps. A single pill was worth 600,000. This was too unbelievable. Okay, we want to demonstrate it on the spot. Many people didn't hesitate and said directly. If the effect was, as Wang Qiong said, then the price of this blood explosion pill would exceed 600,000 in a few bids. So no one cared. Okay, come. 2 core essence realm cultivators walked up from the backstage. One was an early-stage core essence realm cultivator, and the other was a mid-stage core essence realm cultivator. Here, swallow it. Wang Qiong gave the blood explosion pill in his hand to the early-stage core essence realm cultivator. At the same time, he said to the mid-stage core essence realm cultivator, "Full defense." Boom! After the blood explosion pill entered his stomach, a violent energy started to sweep through the auction hall. Light started to flash in the hall. The array had been activated in an instant, forming a defensive state. This is indeed the aura of explosion. All the core essence realm cultivators in the room and the hall widened their eyes. From the early stage core essence realm cultivator surged a violent aura that was equivalent to the explosion of a core essence realm cultivator. He attacked the mid-stage core essence realm cultivator with his bare hands. Pow! After a loud sound, the mid-stage core essence realm cultivator was directly sent flying. Then the early stage core essence realm cultivator flashed and attacked continuously. Like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the early stage core essence realm cultivator directly suppressed the mid-stage core essence realm cultivator to the point that he couldn't resist. This feeling of power in his hand lasted for a full 15 minutes. Then the energy around the early stage core essence realm cultivator dissipated. Then he felt weak in his heart, and his spirit became sluggish. As for the mid-stage core essence realm cultivator, he was also heavily injured. However, everyone could see that this was just a demonstration. If they really fought, the mid-stage core essence realm cultivator would definitely die. What a terrifying blood explosion pill. The power it unleashes is almost 10 times stronger. If they fight with someone of the same level, after swallowing the blood explosion pill, they can definitely defeat their opponent. The expressions of the core essence realm cultivators changed. Just as Wang Qiong took out another bottle, the bidding started. 700,000, 900,000, 1,000,000 and 100,000. This blood explosion pill was definitely a powerful weapon in battle. When there was no battle, this thing's value might not be high. However, once a battle happened, this pill's value would far exceed that of a treasure pill. After all, treasure pills could only save lives. However, the blood explosion pill could directly destroy them. 1,500,000, 1,600,000. The value of the blood explosion pill far exceeded that of a high-quality elixir weapon. This surprised Ziqin. As the bidding continued, Ziqin understood the meaning of the blood explosion pill. Go backstage and tell Wang Qiong that only 6 blood explosion pills will be sold. Keep the rest for yourself. Behind Ziqin, a core essence realm cultivator retreated. In Zichen's mind, he was thinking that if 10 mid-stage core essence realm cultivators swallowed the blood explosion pill in an instant, they would be able to suppress and kill 10 late-stage core essence realm cultivators. If he, Tyrant, and the others swallowed the blood explosion pill, they would be able to display an extremely powerful battle strength. They should be able to kill all the core essence realm cultivators here. In the end, the final price of the blood explosion pill was set at 3 million. This was a very frightening number. When Zichen heard the final price, he felt as if he was dreaming. Zichen had a large amount of ancient beast essence blood, and the Qin family had refined it. Therefore, he had a lot of blood explosion pills. However, these things were undoubtedly very rare to the other factions. They might only have the opportunity to obtain them once in an auction. Anything that could be purchased with yuan stones wasn't a problem in their eyes. The overlord factions had been overseeing the chaotic lands for thousands of years. Although their heritage couldn't compare to Zichen's, the amount of yuan stones they had accumulated was something that Zichen couldn't even imagine. The overlord faction had earned more than 100 million origin stones from the previous auction of the tokens and quotas. Therefore, the overlord faction was the wealthiest faction when it came to origin stones. Even the other factions had more origin stones than Zichen's heavenly barbarian pavilion. After the blood explosion pill, it was time for the premium leather armor. This was an item that was several times more valuable than a premium elixir weapon. Therefore, the starting price was set at 500,000 yuan stones. This price was much cheaper than the inner armor that Zichen had bought at the internal district auction for 200,000 yuan stones. This was because the defensive power of this leather armor was much higher than that of the inner armor. The final price of the defensive inner armor was set at 4 million high-grade yuan stones. After that, it was time for the premium elixir weapon. This was an item that was second only to heritage. The premium elixir weapon was set at 5 million high-grade yuan stones. The final price naturally exceeded 10 million and was close to 20 million. Next was the premium armor stomach. Zichen set the price at 100,000 high-grade yuan stones. This exceeded everyone's expectations and caused the premium armor stomach to go unsold. The auction continued. other than the elixir weapons and elixirs of the Lu and Qin families. There were more people who came for the ancient beast blood essence. The final 4 drops of ancient beast blood essence that surpassed Koryuan were auctioned together by Ziqin. The starting price was set at 10 million high-grade yuan stones. This was something that the overlord factions were determined to get. If they were auctioned off 1 drop at a time, at least 4 out of 5 families would be able to get it. However, now that they were all auctioned together, only 1 family would be able to get it. The price of the 5 families fighting over the same item was simply immeasurable. During this auction, prices were set one after another and records were broken. This auction became the #1 auction in the history of the Land of Chaos. Regardless of whether it was the price or the resources, it was beyond anyone's imagination. In the end, the 4 drops of ancient beast blood essence were obtained by the Wu family at a sky-high price. This price was far beyond anyone's imagination. Just this item alone was enough to sustain the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for decades. Furthermore, other than the yuan stones, they also received many rare resources. With these resources, the Qin and Lu families would be able to refine many good items. In short, when they left the auction house, the 3 core yuan masters of the Land of Chaos were so shocked that they were speechless. In front of such a huge amount of wealth, they felt so small for the first time. Just the value of the last 4 drops of ancient beast blood essence that surpassed Koryuan was more than enough to exchange for the entire Land of Chaos. Chapter 686. Before leaving, Ziqin naturally had to hand over the matters of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. He gave the highest authority token to Wang Qiong, which meant that when he was not around, Wang Qiong would be in charge of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. He then instructed Wang Qiong, "Those who have broken through to the middle stage of the Primal Core realm will be rewarded with good grade elixir weapons. Those who are in the late stage of the Primal Core realm will be rewarded with premium grade elixir weapons. As for the auctions, hold fewer or no auctions. Don't put too many blood healing pills and blood explosion pills out." Wang Qiong nodded, indicating that he understood. After this auction, even if everyone in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion did not do anything, they would still be able to maintain the pavilion for a few decades. Hence, from the looks of it, primordial stones were no longer of much use to them. It was more important to keep and protect the resources. Furthermore, the market had officially opened. The daily income of primordial stones was also a very impressive figure. Other than that, the spirit-devouring rats had discovered more than 10 mineral veins. The resources were also very rich, enough to maintain the pavilion. As for the foundation, I only took the lightning hammer. The rest are in the treasure room. When there is a crisis, you can use the foundation to resolve the crisis. As for the purple golden gourd, I have also placed it in the treasure room. If the ancient battlefield opens again after 1,000 years, send people in and bring more ancient beasts out. Ziqin instructed everyone one by one. Everyone listened quietly. Other than Wang Qiong, who nodded occasionally, everyone was silent. This was because Ziqin looked more like he was saying his last words. Furthermore, everyone knew very well what Ziqin was going to face. After an hour, Ziqin finally finished explaining everything. Wang Xian, and Shang Guanyu were already sobbing silently. The eyes of the others were also red. "All right, everyone, farewell. We will meet again." After Ziqin finished speaking, he turned and left. The others did not send him off. This was because Ziqin had instructed them to do so. As for the parting words, everyone had already said everything they wanted to say. "Ziqin, you're blessed with good fortune. Every time you've narrowly escaped death, I believe you'll definitely succeed this time." Monk shouted from afar. "Damned monk, I'll take your blessings. When I return, I'll definitely beat you up." Ziqin waved his hand with his back facing the monk. He didn't turn around. As Ziqin approached, a passageway automatically appeared in the protective array. Ziqin stepped into the passageway. Seeing Ziqin's figure disappear into the tunnel, Wang Xian and Yu finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying bitterly. I believe that my brother-in-law will definitely live on and become the first sky warrior in history to possess two diametrically opposed extreme energies, Wang Shan said in a firm voice. It was unclear whether he was trying to comfort him or to affirm him. Outside the formation, as soon as Zichen appeared, he saw a figure in black standing there. It was Zhang Haotian, who had obtained the killing inheritance. The two of them looked at each other. Zhang Haotian then said, I don't believe you'll die that easily. I even more don't believe you'll die because of a mere core formation cultivator. Zichen smiled and said firmly, I don't believe it either, so I will come back. After he finished speaking, Zichen laughed, turned around and left. Zhang Haotian watched as Zichen left. When they arrived at the market, the three Dan Essence realm masters were already waiting there. The Qin clan and the Lu clan had also taken a lot of resources from Wang Qiong and were preparing to go back and refine some things as soon as possible. The four of them set off together. Zichen, why are you going back? The three Dan Essence realm masters still didn't know the truth. I'm going to the old site of the Wuji sect to see if I can find some complete inheritances so that I can expand the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Zichen replied. He didn't want to explain. The three of them nodded. Then the Dan Essence realm master from the Qin clan asked, Oh, right, Zichen. Don't you have a formation master under you? Yes, I do. What's wrong? Then can you ask your formation master to build a teleportation array that can connect directly to our area from the market? Long-distance teleportation arrays can be made by LV Peng. He's already building a teleportation array to the central area, and it will be completed soon. In the future, he'll also build a teleportation array to the central area, but those are all in the same area. LV Peng's current level is not high enough to build a teleportation array between different areas, Zichen said. That's a pity. The three sighed. The market is already open, and it's time to build and develop. Do you plan to send people to live here? Zichen asked. The Qin clan and the Lu clan had already considered this question. When Zichen asked, the two Dan Essence realm masters were obviously moved, but they soon felt awkward. Zichen seemed to know what the two were thinking. He smiled and said, In the entire Bedlam lands, ordinary Dan Essence realm masters and independent cultivators make up the majority. They can't have hundreds of thousands of high-grade primordial stones to buy good pills and weapons. Those items that appear in the auction are not suitable for those independent cultivators. Therefore, you can sell ordinary weapons and pills. Can we? The two Dan Essence realm masters' eyes lit up, but their expressions soon dimmed. They said, But there are already shops selling weapons and pills in the market, and there are a lot of them. If we go there rashly, it's fine. No one will dare to fight in the market. As long as it's a fair competition, there's nothing wrong with it. However, if you want to win the competition, you'll have to take out something good. Zichen smiled and said, Of course. I'm not asking you to take out the items from the auction. I'm asking you to take out something better than others. For example, you can recycle an ordinary weapon and refine it, making it stronger than ordinary weapons, but weaker than good-grade weapons. As for pills, it's fine as long as it's better than others, but don't take out something too good, because that will bring trouble. After witnessing the previous auction, the two Dan Essence realm masters already had this idea, but they were worried that Zichen would be unhappy. Now that they heard Zichen's words, they naturally agreed. The return journey seemed to be very smooth. No one dared to have any ideas about the three Dan Essence realm masters. When they put in their origin stones and stepped into the teleportation formation to arrive at the barbaric land, the three of them separated. After saying goodbye, Zichen walked toward the old site of the Wuji sect. During this time, Elder Mo had appeared and floated beside Zichen in the air. Elder Mo, how's LV Peng's formation learning? In order to not be lonely on the journey, Zichen was the first to speak. I've taught him everything that can be taught. What's left is for him to comprehend, Elder Mo answered. It's fine if he can't comprehend. At most, when we go back, you can teach him again. Zichen smiled and said, Of course, the premise is that we can still go back. Your perfect body has reached its limit, so you can have an extra chance of survival. Old Master was also prepared before this, so he can also give you an extra chance of survival. The yin-yang core formation isn't a certain death, but a narrow escape. Therefore, you have a 30% chance of success. 30%, huh? That's much better than the 10% from before. Zichen said, When I chose the yin-yang art, I already encountered this situation. If it wasn't for the super strong combat power provided by the yin-yang art, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Now that I've eliminated my enemies, united the barbaric land, and established the heavenly barbarian pavilion, even if I die this time, it's worth it. Elder Mo didn't speak and remained silent. Under extreme speed, the two of them quickly arrived at the ruins. Around the ruins, there were many mutated formations. If Azukis were to barge in recklessly, their lives would be in danger. Back when Zichen was in the Khanate stage, he had joined forces with Elder Hiroshi to kill 2 Zukis with the help of the formations here. At that time, Yukong was practically a godlike existence in Zichen's eyes, becoming unreachable. But now Yukong was trash in Zichen's eyes. The danger in the air above the ruins was far greater than on the ground. So after arriving, Zichen landed and chose to enter from the ground. With the guidance of a formation master like Elder Mo and his own powerful strength, it was much easier for Zichen to enter the depths. Along the way, he saw many thousand-year-old elixirs. Some could be plucked with a stretch of his hand, but Zichen didn't touch a single one. A few days later, the two of them arrived at the depths of the ruins. Wait here, I'll go look for that place. With that, Elder Mo took the Taiji diagram and flew into the distance. The Wuji sect had been destroyed, and everything that could be seen had been destroyed and snatched away. What was left were some hidden small worlds that had not been discovered by others. The place that Elder Mo said that the old master had prepared in advance was a small world. Elder Mo went to look for that small world, while Zichen sat cross-legged and focused his mind, allowing his mind to reach its peak to welcome the impending heavenly lightning tribulation. Zichen was like a statue, motionless. His mind and body were extremely calm, and he could summon the heavenly lightning tribulation at any time. Elder Mo was also searching this area, constantly sensing with the Taiji diagram. Finally, after 5 days, he sensed the small world that the old master had left behind. Zichen, come with me. I found the entrance to the small world. Elder Mo's excited voice sounded. Zichen opened his eyes. His expression was extremely calm, and he followed Elder Mo. In the huge ruins, Zichen saw the entrance to a passage. Just like the passage entrance back then, there was a Taiji diagram fixed there. This is where the Wuji sect's main palace was originally located. The small world was also found here, but in my original memory, this small world should be somewhere else. The two of them entered the passage in a flash. Just as their figures disappeared, the entire passage also disappeared. Before the passage disappeared, the Taiji diagram directly flew in. In front of Zichen was a small world with a radius of a few miles. Apart from a stone house at the end of the world, there was nothing else. The entire world was filled with flying yellow sand, and there was no vegetation. As expected, it has changed. I've been to this small world once before. It was the place where the old master cultivated. At that time, it was very large and filled with all kinds of strange flowers and plants. It was lush green. Elder Mo pointed at the stone house and said, Fortunately, although this place has changed, the stone house is still there. Your chance of survival is in the stone house. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the stone house. However, at the entrance of the stone house, Zichen was blocked by the formation. Elder Mo controlled the Taiji diagram again and imprinted it on the formation. Chapter 687. The stone door creaked and slowly opened, like the sound of an old, rusty machine. Zi-Chin pushed the door open and was instantly dumbfounded. Elder Hiroshi, there's nothing here. Looking at the empty stone house, Zi-Chin was puzzled. Seeing the stone house, Elder Hiroshi's face was filled with joy. There's nothing here now, but after you break through the heavenly lightning tribulation, there will be everything here. Heavenly lightning tribulation. That's right. In this stone house, there are formations and restrictions personally set up by the old master. Even I can't see through them. If you want to successfully trigger these formations, you have to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation and form your core using yin and yang energy. Then where should I break through? Zi-Chin looked at Elder Hiroshi. Elder Hiroshi pointed at the stone house here. Here. Zi-Chin's eyes widened. If I go through the heavenly lightning tribulation here, the entire stone house will be destroyed by the heavenly lightning. Elder Hiroshi shook his head and smiled. That won't happen. There are formations here that guarantee that the heavenly lightning tribulation won't damage this place at all. Zi-Chin's face was filled with doubt. Don't worry, the old master is powerful. The heavenly lightning tribulation during the core formation stage is nothing in his eyes. With Elder Hiroshi's repeated assurances, Zi-Chin could only choose to believe him. Thus, he sat down cross-legged and began the heavenly lightning tribulation. However, before he attracted the heavenly thunder, Zi-Chin had to let himself relax first. His entire body's essence, chi and spirit were at their peak. He sat in the stone house for 2 full days. His restless heart slowly calmed down, like an ancient well without ripples. Elder Mo stood beside him the whole time. Suddenly, Zi-Chin opened his eyes. The aura of the great perfection of the Zephyr realm surged around him. This aura passed through the stone house and went straight into the sky. After releasing his aura, Zi-Chin clearly felt a kind of law. It was this kind of law that attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation. This was the first time Zi-Chin felt the existence of law after going through so many heavenly lightning tribulations. It was also the first time he truly experienced the heavenly lightning tribulation. Silver light flashed in the sky, and the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. Vast thunder might fell from the sky and swept towards Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin could see the sky when he raised his head. He could even see the first bolt of silver heavenly thunder appearing in the sky and crashing down on him. This scene stunned Zi-Chin for a moment, because he did not know when, but he was already in the void. The stone houses around him were gone, and so was Elder Hiroshi. He stood in the middle of the empty space. Besides a bolt of lightning, there was only Zi-Chin. He seemed very lonely. How could this be? Just as Zi-Chin was wondering what was going on, thinking that this was all an illusion, the first bolt of lightning struck him like a silver dragon. The heavenly lightning exploded as a destructive energy destroyed the golden barrier around Zi-Chin. It surged into his body and began wreaking havoc. Although Zi-Chin had already activated his perfect body, the lightning energy still severely injured him. His organs began to churn as he spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zi-Chin's face was filled with horror. Only then did he realize that everything was real. Furthermore, he who had a perfect body had been injured by the first bolt of lightning. Boom! Just as the first bolt of lightning landed, rumbling thunder sounded from the sky again. It was the second bolt of silver lightning that descended with terrifying might. Along the way, Zi-Chin had transcended more than 10 lightning tribulations. He had also seen many people transcend lightning tribulations, but be it personally or with his own eyes, those lightning tribulations were far inferior to the current one. If the previous lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, but there was a chance of survival, then the lightning tribulation Zi-Chin was experiencing was a true apocalyptic tribulation. There was no chance of survival. Boom! After being injured by the first bolt of lightning, Zi-Chin naturally didn't dare be careless, nor did he dare hold back. Therefore, he instantly took out his heritage lightning hammer and smashed it at the second bolt of lightning. Thunder rumbled as the two powerful energies collided. Chen was sent flying hundreds of meters back as he coughed out blood again. Even my heritage can't shatter the lightning. Chen's expression changed drastically. If he hadn't used his heritage in that strike, he would definitely have been severely injured and might have even died. Without giving Chen any time to catch his breath, the third bolt of lightning struck down with even greater might. Chen roared as extreme energy surged in his body. Then he held his heritage and flew up into the sky, smashing towards the third bolt of lightning. By the time the third bolt of lightning was destroyed, Chen's body had already suffered an unimaginable amount of damage. Helpless, he could only swallow a treasure pill. A strong life force instantly healed his injuries, but it was unable to chase away the coldness in his body. At this moment, Chen's entire body was cold, as if he was in a 10,000-year-old glacier. His face was pale, and his body no longer had any temperature. This was caused by the destructive energy contained in the bolt of lightning. This energy carried an inexplicable chill. This chill had already penetrated into Chen's bones and blood, causing the temperature of Chen's body to drop again. Moreover, the operating perfect body seemed to be absorbing this inexplicable chill. Chen didn't know if absorbing the chill was good or bad. The fourth bolt of lightning had already struck, and Chen didn't have time to think carefully. The treasure pill instantly healed Chen's injuries when it entered his stomach. Then, Chen once again wielded the lightning hammer with all his strength, smashing it towards the fourth bolt of lightning. With an explosion, the fourth bolt of lightning was shattered, but Chen's body, which had just recovered, was injured again. This time, Chen's tribulation was no longer a sea of lightning, but one bolt of lightning after another, just like when others were transcending their tribulations. However, the power of this bolt of lightning was much more terrifying than the sea of lightning. By the time the fifth bolt of lightning struck, Chen had already begun to tremble. His body had already frozen, and his movements had become sluggish. There was no longer any temperature around him. His body was corroded by the coldness, and even his spiritual senses were affected. When he mobilized the extreme energy in his body, the energy circulated extremely slowly. Furthermore, the yin-yang energy that had always been in balance in his body showed signs of losing control. Chen actually felt the long-awaited danger of his body exploding. There was a destructive bolt of lightning above his head, and his body was completely frozen. He couldn't form an effective counterattack, and the two extreme energies in his body were in danger of exploding. When it rains, it pours. Just as Chen was at a loss and felt that he was in danger, Elder Hiroshi's voice sounded in time. This is the yin-yang sky lightning tribulation. It's divided into 9 yin and 9 yang. Now that you feel cold all over and have difficulty moving, it should be caused by the extreme yin sky lightning. Why don't you give up on the extreme yang energy and directly use the extreme yin energy? Ever since he started cultivating the yin-yang art, Chen had always maintained the balance of yin and yang when mobilizing energy. The amount of extreme yin he used was equal to the amount of extreme yang. He had never used or tried this method of suppressing extreme yang and directly using extreme yin. This was because once the two types of energy became unbalanced in his body, it would lead to the danger of his body exploding. Although you are now in the void, you are still in the stone house. This place is tailor-made for your breakthrough. You can completely let go of the concept of yin-yang balance and concentrate on controlling one type of energy. As if he had guessed Chen's doubts, Elder Hiroshi's voice sounded again. After Elder Hiroshi finished speaking, the fifth bolt of lightning struck. As he had previously mobilized the extreme yang energy, Chen was in danger of exploding due to the wrong use of energy. At that moment, he tried his best to suppress the danger of his body exploding, but he couldn't block the fifth bolt of lightning. As a result, the fifth bolt of heavenly lightning struck him heavily. As the destructive energy entered his body, Zichen's body almost exploded. The injuries that he had just recovered from with the elixir worsened once again. At the same time, under the erosion of the cold, Zichen's body became extremely stiff. His spiritual thoughts seemed to have slowed down, and it was very strenuous for him to swallow the elixir. Based on his current speed, the elixir might not even be in his stomach by the time the sixth bolt of destruction struck. The crisis of death struck him instantly. At that moment, Zichen decisively abandoned the concept of yin-yang balance and concentrated on controlling extreme yin. Under the pure control of extreme yin, the discomfort in Zichen's body was instantly swept away. As soon as the extreme yin energy was released, Zichen's stiff body instantly became flexible like a fish in water. Moreover, the destructive energy that he had previously thought to be extremely cold contained the power of life. After activating extreme yin, Zichen's body was automatically absorbing this power of life. His perfect body, which had already reached its limit, actually underwent another transformation after absorbing this power of life. The cold yin energy in his body turned into extreme yin energy, fusing into his blood and bone marrow before being absorbed again to suppress the destructive extreme yin energy. After his body could move again, Zichen quickly swallowed the second elixir. He was still seriously injured and could only use the elixir to quickly recover from his injuries. While the extreme yin was circulating, the extreme yang was dormant and did not show any signs of rebellion. At this moment, Zichen was surrounded by an extreme yin aura, as if he had only cultivated the extreme yin arts. The sixth bolt of lightning was destroyed by Zichen's extreme yin. As the destructive energy wreaked havoc on his body, Zichen also absorbed vitality from this energy. Towards the end of the 9 yin heavenly thunder, each bolt was stronger than the last. Each bolt was more terrifying than the last. Zichen blocked the 7th bolt of lightning and finally destroyed the 8th bolt of extreme yin heavenly thunder. After withstanding these 2 bolts of heavenly lightning, Zichen had already lost half of his life. Among the 9 yin heavenly thunder, the last bolt of lightning is known as the apocalyptic thunder of extreme yin. Don't be careless. You have to give it your all. After blocking the 8 bolts of lightning, Zichen's injuries were recovering under the extreme yin's power of life. There was only 1 bolt of lightning left. He had already heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that there was only 1 bolt left to pass the lightning tribulation. However, Elder Hiroshi's extremely solemn voice suddenly sounded. Zichen did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and pushed the extreme yin energy to the limit. At the same time, he swallowed the 3rd elixir directly into his stomach. The vitality began to be released in his body. Boom! A thunderous sound came from the sky, and a blinding silver light dyed the entire sky. At the same time, an extremely terrifying might of thunder raged from the sky. When this might of thunder appeared, it was like the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 688. When the last 9 yin heavenly thunder struck, Zichen's essence, chi, and spirit were all adjusted to their peak. He raised his head to the sky and roared. His entire body rose into the air, holding the thunder hammer as he charged towards the 9th heavenly thunder. The thunder hammer had already become the size of a mountain. Silver light flashed on its surface like thousands of lightning snakes. It collided with the 9 yin heavenly thunder. Boom! The 2 extreme yin forces collided in the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying energy spread out from the point of contact, sweeping out in all directions. Amidst the rumbling of energy, the mountain-like thunder hammer suddenly trembled. It was no match for the 9 yin heavenly thunder. It shrank back to its normal size and was sent flying. At the same time, cracks appeared on its surface. A foundation represented an existence that surpassed an elixir weapon. Even experts beyond the elixir realm wouldn't dare to say that they could destroy it. However, at this moment, the thunderhammer was damaged by the 9 heavenly thunder. After the 9 heavenly thunder sent the lightning hammer flying, it raged towards Zichen. The turbulent, destructive energy directly broke through his defense and entered his body. Zichen was also directly sent flying. The destructive power of extreme Yin was also constantly destroying the life force in his body at this moment. Although Zichen's body had a supreme elixir that was constantly sending vitality to him, and the dense vitality filled his body, the vitality that was sent could not keep up with the speed of the heavenly thunder's destruction. The vitality in Zichen's body withered and dissipated. In the void, Zichen lay there motionless. In the distance, there was the thunder hammer that was full of cracks. The 9 heavenly thunder disappeared. The world became silent and deathly still. The thunder hammer had dimmed, and no vitality could be sensed from Zichen's body. It was as if Zichen had died. In the stone house, Elder Hiroshi looked coldly at Zichen, who was in the center. There was no change in his expression. This was the path that one must take to cultivate the yin-yang tactics. No one could help Zichen more at this moment. Whether or not he could survive the thunder tribulation and absorb the life-changing vitality from the extreme yin would depend on Zichen's luck. What Elder Mo could do was to give Zichen the greatest help when he formed his yin-yang core after the thunder tribulation. Only after going through the baptism of the 9 heavenly thunder can you be considered to have truly grasped the extreme yin energy. Zichen, you must persevere and find that trace of extreme yin vitality. Elder Hiroshi's expression was cold, but his heart was very anxious. Zichen was still lying there, motionless. His already indiscernible life force became even more uncertain. At this moment, Zichen's mind was already dead, but he still had a breath left. And what supported this breath was his unyielding will that would never admit defeat. Along the way, he had been on the verge of death almost every time. It was common for him to find a way out from a narrow escape. Although luck played a part in his ability to survive every time, his unyielding will and unyielding spirit were also important factors that could not be ignored. It was the same when he inherited the yin-yang art. His strong will saved his life. It was the same when he was hunted down by experts and fell into a situation of certain death. Therefore, Zichen was unwilling to die, just like that. He had to fight for that slim chance of survival. 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Elder Hiroshi's gaze had been fixed on Zichen and had never moved. Zichen seemed to be dead, but his will still existed. From the looks of it, Zichen was still alive. However, if this will dissipated, then Zichen would have failed the tribulation and died. Persevere, you must persevere. Under Elder Hiroshi's cold expression, there was an anxious heart. In these 2 days, Zichen's unyielding will was dissipating at an imperceptible speed. Therefore, Elder Hiroshi was still very worried that it would completely dissipate in the next few days. However, on the 3rd day, Zichen's gradually dissipating was suddenly stabilized. It was like a spark that was about to dissipate suddenly stabilized. The stabilized spark might burn again and eventually become a prairie fire. This discovery made Elder Hiroshi's face light up with joy. Sure enough, after the spark in Zichen's body had completely stabilized for 2 days, the spark began to burn. It grew bigger and had the potential to start a prairie fire. There were signs of life in Zichen's body once again. Silver light emanated from his body. Although the silver light was very faint, it truly existed. In the silver light, Elder Hiroshi sensed 2 types of energy, destruction and life. These 2 completely opposite energies appeared in Zichen's body. This is extreme yin. Zichen has finally found that trace of life. Elder Hiroshi's cold expression instantly changed. His voice also became excited. 3 days later, the spark expanded and finally started a prairie fire. The silver light around Zichen's body became even more resplendent. The life aura that was originally disappearing also became even more exuberant. The silver light was like water, completely enveloping Zichin. In Elder Hiroshi's perception, this silver light was cold and terrifying. However, to Zichin, the life force contained in this silver light was even richer than a treasure pill. The silver light enveloped his body, recovering his life force and injuries. This lasted for a full day and night. When his life force was vigorous and his injuries were healed, Zichin opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils had also turned silver. It was like too extreme in heavenly thunder. After opening his eyes, Zichin stood up. The silver light in his eyes slowly receded. However, the silver light around his body became even more resplendent and dazzling. The void was still the same void. His surroundings were still empty. There was no one around. As his gaze swept around, Zichin did not see Elder Hiroshi. However, he saw the lightning hammer in the distance. Zichin quickly stepped forward and picked up the lightning hammer. In his mind, he recalled the terrifying 9 heavenly thunder. I withstood the 9 heavenly thunder. There are actually cracks on the lightning hammer. The last heavenly thunder was indeed terrifying, Zichin muttered to himself. There was obvious shock on his face. He looked up at the sky. There's no more heavenly thunder tribulation. Did I successfully pass the heavenly thunder tribulation? However, the energy in my body. Why are there only extreme yin and extreme yang? Zichin exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he discovered that there was only extreme yin in abdomen and no extreme yang. Furthermore, there were no signs of core formation. However, as his spiritual senses probed into the extreme yin energy, Zichin clearly sensed that the extreme yin energy had undergone an obvious transformation, be it in terms of quality or quantity. You've only passed the 9 heavenly thunder. Next is the 9 yang heavenly thunder. To be precise, you've only passed half of the heavenly thunder tribulation. There's still half left. Elder Hiroshi's voice suddenly sounded. 9 yang heavenly thunder. Zichin's expression changed instantly. Previously, the 9 heavenly thunder had almost killed him. Now, there was even the 9 yang heavenly thunder. Just from the name alone, one could tell that the two were not very different. If he were to pass another heavenly thunder tribulation, he would probably really die. You've cultivated the yin-yang art, so you must pass the yin-yang heavenly thunder tribulation in order to form your core. If you've only cultivated extreme yin, then you'd have successfully formed your core by now. Elder Hiroshi's voice sounded from the void. Where's extreme yang? Why can't I sense its existence? Zichin's expression was bitter. He really did not want to experience such a terrifying heavenly thunder tribulation again. As long as you disperse the extreme yin energy around you, you'll be able to sense extreme yang. Can't I continue like this? I can't sense extreme yang. Can I just use extreme yin instead of extreme yang? Zichin asked. You can use extreme yin without extreme yang, but the prerequisite is that you have to stay here and not take a single step away. If you leave this place, then the yin and yang in your body will not be balanced, and your body will immediately explode. You have to know that you can only sense one type of energy now. It's not because of you, but because of this stone house. All right then, isn't it just a heavenly tribulation? I've already passed the 9 yin. Why would I care about the 9 yang? Knowing that there was no way out, Zichin's eyes flashed once again. That unyielding spirit appeared once again. He gripped the thunder hammer tightly, and the extreme yin energy around him gradually converged. When all the extreme yin energy disappeared, it would be time for extreme yang to appear. Don't be too nervous. After withstanding the 9 yin heavenly thunder, your perfect body has already undergone a transformation. Your physique has become stronger, and the chances of you blocking the 9 yang are much higher. Furthermore, with the experience of finding extreme yin energy, it won't be difficult to find life energy in the 9 yang. What extreme yin energy? What life energy in the 9 yang? Zichin asked, puzzled. Elder Hiroshi did not answer Zichin. At this moment, the extreme yin energy in Zi Chen's body was completely converged. There was no need to circulate the extreme yin energy. The extreme yang energy instantly appeared in Abdomen's body, while the extreme yin energy instantly disappeared. Previously, Zi Chen's body was emitting a resplendent silver light. That was the extreme yin energy. When the extreme yin disappeared and the extreme yang appeared, Zi Chen's body became a dazzling gold. The silver extreme yin was very cold, while the golden extreme yang was blazing hot. As expected of the extremes of two extreme substances, they were polar opposites. As soon as the extreme yang energy was released, the heavenly tribulation arrived. The 9-yang heavenly thunder descended from the sky. This time, the heavenly thunder was no longer silver, but gold, just like the energy in Zi Chen's body. This energy was extremely hot, but the degree of destruction was not inferior to the extreme yin energy from before. After entering his body, Zi Chen felt as if his entire body was burning. It was as if his body was being burned by a raging fire. Because he had directly activated the extreme yang energy this time, Zi Chen was prepared. He was not as miserable as before. The extreme yang energy circulated in his body. From the raging fire burning his body, Zi Chen found energy that he could absorb. When the first 2 bolts of heavenly thunder descended, Zi Chen was actually not injured by relying on the lightning hammer and the extreme yang energy. When the 3rd and 4th bolts of 9-yang heavenly thunder descended, Zi Chen only suffered light injuries. The 5th bolt of 9-yang heavenly thunder had become extremely terrifying. Zi Chen was severely injured. This time, Zi Chen did not swallow a treasure pill. Instead, he took out an ancient herb king and swallowed it instantly. Every leaf of the ancient herb king was equivalent to a treasure pill. The vitality contained in it was unimaginable. At this moment, Zi Chen swallowed the entire plant. The exuberant vitality in it was about to burst Zi Chen's body. However, before Zi Chen's vitality could burst, the 6th bolt of heavenly thunder had already descended. Although Zi Chen resisted with all his might, the blazing destructive energy still invaded his body. Then, the destructive energy and vitality were in a stalemate and destroyed. Then, the 7th and 8th bolts of heavenly thunder descended one after another. Because he had swallowed the ancient herb king, Zi Chen did not suffer any injuries after resisting the 8 bolts of heavenly thunder. The vitality in his body was also extremely exuberant. In his peak state, his body was filled with rich vitality as he faced the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder. 9-yang heavenly thunder. P.S. Because the updates have not been good recently, I don't dare to look at the comments. I also don't dare to Photoshop casually. If there is no such event on the website, I'm afraid that the next comment will be, when the updates are good. Today, I discovered that there is an event on the mobile website. The top 10 with PK votes will have all their subscriptions returned. This is good news for authors who get a share of the profits. It's like if I get 200 yuan per month under normal circumstances, I can get 400 yuan now. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to be in the top 10. Even the 11th place is not allowed. This is the event. If you leave a lot of comments here, you will naturally want to be in the top 10. Naturally, you will want all your subscriptions, even if there are not many. Currently, I'm still in 7th place. However, from the looks of it, I don't think I can maintain this position for long. Therefore, I'm specifically asking for PK votes. The updates have not been good recently. Speaking of which, this request for votes is also unreasonable. If I'm outside the top 10, I'll accept it. However, it seems like I'm still in 7th place. If I don't say a few words, I'm really unwilling to accept it. It seems like this is the first time I've asked for votes when the updates are not good. Let's not talk too much. Now I can only ask for charity. Chapter 689. The power of the last 9 suns, heavenly thunder, was not much different from the previous 9 in heavenly thunder. One was a silver dragon that dyed heaven and earth silver. The other was a golden dragon that made heaven and earth shine with a golden light. One was yin, one was yang. Their power was equal, but their energy was completely opposite. Zi-Chen's essence, energy, and spirit were all raised to their peak. The life force in his body was also at its peak. Facing the 9 suns' heavenly thunder, he gripped his lightning hammer and flew upwards. All the energy in Zi-Chen's body had already been channeled into the lightning hammer. The entire hammer had also reached its peak under the extreme yang energy. Thousands of lightning snakes wreaked havoc on the hammer's body, surging with terrifying energy. The lightning hammer was the first to clash with the 9 suns' heavenly thunder, creating a huge tremor. In the midst of the clash of energy, the lightning hammer, which was already full of cracks, started to crack even more. When it reached its limit, it also exploded with a bang. A priceless treasure was declared useless under the ravaging of 18 bolts of heavenly thunder. Following that, the energy of the 9 suns surged into Zi-Chen's body. The destructive energy of the 9 suns met with the life force in Zi-Chen's body that was about to explode. The two were also in a stalemate, canceling each other out. However, it was clear that the destructive energy of the 9 suns' heavenly thunder was stronger. Even if Zi-Chen kept absorbing the life force in the 9 suns, he could not replenish the life force in his body that was constantly being destroyed. Pow! In the midst of the destructive energy, Zi-Chen coughed up blood and flew backwards. The blood that he coughed up naturally contained a dense amount of life force. Before he fainted, Zi-Chen actually thought of the scene when the late primal core realm assassin from the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion had died. At that time, the assassin had swallowed a treasure pill, but he had still been beaten to the point of spitting out life force. The 9 suns dissipated, and the heavens and earth returned to silence. The destructive energy was still destroying Zi-Chen's life force, but Zi-Chen, who had clearly experienced it before, was no longer as pathetic as before. Even when he was unconscious, his consciousness was still absorbing the life force in the 9 suns' heavenly thunder, canceling out the destructive energy of the 9 suns. Looking at the current situation, the life force flames in Zi-Chen's body were still very vigorous. At the very least, it was much stronger than Little Firestar back then. It was an indisputable fact that he had withstood the 9 suns' heavenly thunder. He withstood the 9 yin and passed the 9 yang. If he only cultivated one of them, his future achievements would be extraordinary. But back then, he comprehended the extreme yin and obtained the approval of the extreme yang. Yin and yang were added to his body. Sigh. Elder Hiroshi couldn't help but sigh as he watched Zi-Chen struggle against the 9 yang energy. After passing the yin-yang sky, thunder tribulation, Zi-Chen's core formation was only the beginning. His success rate was still only 30%. This was relative to Zi-Chen's situation. In fact, in Elder Mo's heart, Zi-Chen did not even have a 10% chance of success. That was because it was impossible for 2 types of extreme energy to fuse, not to mention that they were polar opposites. It was almost impossible to fuse the yin and yang energies together. There would not be any miracles along the way. Of course, Elder Hiroshi had chosen to bring Zi-Chen here because his old master had left behind a theoretical path that could allow yin and yang to coexist. That was to form 2 yuan cores at the same time. One was the extreme yin yuan core, and the other was the extreme yang yuan core. Then the yin and yang yuan cores would revolve in abdomen to maintain a kind of balance. However, this was just a guess. It was just a theory that he had imagined in his mind. It had not been put into practice to any extent. It was also not a path that could guarantee success. That was because up until now, he had never seen or heard of anyone who could form 2 yuan cores at the same time. Abdomen could only form 1 yuan core at the same time. This was already common knowledge, and what maintained this common knowledge was the laws of heaven and earth. Under the laws of heaven and earth in the Tianwu continent, abdomen could only form 1 yuan core. This was just like how Longhu could control the power of laws in the ancient battlefield to kill old antiques who had surpassed the core realm. The laws were always the most important. Forming two yuan cores was just Old Master's guess back then. Furthermore, he had also made the corresponding preparations. There should be a possibility of success. Back then, Old Master's strength had already reached the pinnacle. His guess should not be baseless. Forming two yuan cores should be very feasible, Elder Hiroshi thought. Zi-Chin spent an entire day and night to completely neutralize the destructive energy of the 9 suns, heavenly thunder. Furthermore, he also successfully found the life force of extreme yang and healed his injured body. His entire body emitted a resplendent golden light that was filled with blazing energy. Under this energy, Zi-Chen's injuries were quickly healed. Elder Hiroshi, I have already passed the 9 yin and 9 yang energies. Should I form my core now? Zi-Chin asked the void. When he inadvertently saw the shattered pieces of the lightning hammer, Zi-Chin could not help but feel his heart ache. You can form your core. After a long time, Elder Hiroshi's voice rang out in the void. But I'm still in the void and I can't see you. What should I do? Zi-Chin asked the void. Disperse the extreme yang energy and you will be able to reach the stone house. This time, Elder Hiroshi's voice rang out very quickly. His tone was very firm because they had already reached this point. Whether it was him or Zi-Chin, there was no way out. All right, I'll disperse the energy now. Zi-Chin took a deep breath and the golden light around him began to dissipate. When the golden energy completely dissipated, the scene in front of Zi-Chin suddenly changed. Then he discovered that he was still in the stone house. However, at this moment, the stone house had changed greatly. There were many mysterious runes and formation patterns around it. Moreover, the ground where he was sitting cross-legged was also engraved with complex and mysterious runes. Elder Hiroshi was just outside the formation. Zi-Chen instantly saw him. Just as he was about to ask how to form his core, his expression suddenly changed. Because in the next moment, the extreme yin and extreme yang energies in his body began to approach each other and fuse under the power of the rules. How could it be possible to form a core when two diametrically opposed yin and yang energies fused together? After a trace of yin and yang collided, Zi-Chen's abdomen vibrated. His body and mind trembled as if he had been hit hard. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Quick, control the rotation of the two energies as usual. Outside the formation, Elder Hiroshi's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. Zi-Chen's expression began to distort. He let out a painful cry. No, I can't. The two energies have to forcefully fuse. Core formation was also a type of heaven and earth law. After experiencing the heavenly lightning tribulation, the extreme yin and yang energies in Zi-Chen's body began to forcefully fuse under the heaven and earth law. The ultimate energy, which was usually easy to control, became difficult at this moment. It was like a child holding two small rubber balls in his hands. The rubber balls were filled with air, and the weight was very light. He could pinch, play with them at will. But now the rubber balls had been replaced by stone and iron balls for some reason. They were dozens of times heavier than the previous rubber balls, so he naturally couldn't hold them. At that moment, the two extreme energies in Zi-Chen's body were like rubber balls that had suddenly turned into stone and iron balls. As for Zi-Chen's spiritual perception, it was just like the child. It couldn't move them, much less control them. The two energies clashed with each other before slowly increasing in number. More and more blood seeped out from the corner of Zi-Chen's mouth. If it wasn't for the lightning tribulation that made his perfect body stronger, he would have long died from the extreme energy contact. Zi-Chen's expression became even more pained. His spiritual perception also extended to its limits, but this couldn't stop the two energies from forcefully fusing under the rules. And this fusion was naturally fatal. Come out. Zi-Chen could no longer withstand the continuous energy collision. Helpless, he could only circulate his cultivation technique to draw out the extreme energy in his body. Extreme energy appeared from abdomen and surged into his meridians. Then, Zichen's entire body emitted two types of light. One gold represented blazing heat, while the other silver represented cold. This was a result of extreme yin and extreme yang filling his body. However, there was too much energy in abdomen. Zichen couldn't consume it all at once. At that moment, more energy collided. At that moment, the array formation around Zichen began to tremble. Then, rays of light spread out from the runic patterns. The light that spread out entered Zichen's body before automatically entering abdomen through his meridians. It wanted to seal the two energies and prevent them from forcefully fusing. Sealing the two energies and preventing them from fusing was clearly a resistance against the rules. If the old master of the Infinity Sect was here personally to command, he might still have the means. But without him, it was clearly impossible for these array formations to have the same effect. The seal augmented by these array formations lasted for less than a few seconds before it was forcefully shattered by the power of the rules. Then the extreme yin and extreme yang in Zichen's abdomen were about to forcefully fuse. The power produced by the fusion of all the energies was undoubtedly destructive. Even with a perfect body, Zichen would probably be wiped out instantly. This was because the collision of yin and yang was even more terrifying than the explosion of core essence. Just as the two energies were about to collide, a tremor suddenly came from above Zichen's head. A 2-meter-long yin-yang symbol suddenly appeared above Zichen's head. The 2-meter-long yin-yang symbol dropped two extreme energies. These two extreme energies, representing yin and yang, directly shone on Zichen's body. At that moment, Zichen's body was still gold on one side and silver on the other. The gold and silver energies had yet to touch. The light that fell from the yin-yang symbol instantly shone on Zichen's abdomen. The moment the yin-yang energy entered his body, Zichen lost control of his body. The extreme yin energy on the yin-yang symbol matched the extreme yin energy in Zichen's abdomen. Then, extreme yang matched extreme yang, and the two energies intersected with the two energies on the yin-yang symbol above Zichen's head and connected. The yin-yang symbol above Zichen's head froze the yin-yang energy in Zichen's core essence. However, just like the previous seal, this temporary freeze and seal couldn't last long. After freezing the yin-yang energy, the yin-yang symbol above Zichen's head began to spin. Along with it, the extreme yin and extreme yang energy in Zichen's body began to spin forcefully following the yin-yang symbol's trajectory.